this episode. It is a go home, but it doesn't really matter, does it? We're going straight out of this, going straight into the Hall of Fame. So we are going to be watching a couple of things tonight. It's an extra long episode, if you will, an extra long stream. Normally we do SmackDown and then we go into Rampage. There won't be Rampage tonight. I'm warning people now. There won't be Rampage tonight because we are doing SmackDown and then we will go straight into the WWE Hall of Fame. And of course, if you saw that little video I put out, WWE, very, very kind in giving us that code. So we do have a code that we can use on Euroshop. One day, I would love for them to be able to give me the code for WWE Shop. But I think they're run by different departments. So I seem to have a good relationship with Euroshop. But no one at WWE Shop seems to like me at the moment. Or certainly they haven't reached out. But Euroshop have, and we do have a code. And actually, I will put a little thing up. I was just looking, and I was like, oh, I haven't got anything. I'm going to put it up now, and then that way I won't keep banging on about it. But you can save 10% on Euroshop if you use DaysWM, which I think is pretty cool, because there's no catches to it. Use discount code DaysWM at WWE Euroshop to save an extra 10%. There we go. Yeah, I love that code. No catches to it. No minimum spend. I know it seems like a dirty thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, whenever I hear about discount codes, I'm always like, not really bothered. But, yeah, there's no catches to this one. And I don't get anything from it either. Don't think I'm... Oh, I've lost that thing now. I was going to say, don't think I'm only promoting it because I benefit from it in any way. I benefit from it in no way whatsoever. It's literally just to save you money, and that is it if you do use Euroshop. So I just want to get the message out there in case there's people that are doing it. Hang on. Use discount code DaysWM to save 10% extra at WWE Euroshop. There we go. Yeah, as I said, I don't get anything from this. It's not like the more sales I generate, the more money I make or anything. But I still want people to know about it because I think it's really cool. And honestly, one day my dream is I would get to know someone at WWE Shop and then we can get a discount code there, which would be, I think, a lot more useful for you guys. Because I think there's probably more of you from like the US and probably more that use the WWE Shop, but... Can I just say as well, trying to do this live, I definitely should have done this before we started. But hey-ho, live and learn. There we go. Lovely. Chris, shout out to you. Hope you are well, buds. Yes. This code runs until Tuesday, by the way. Right, lovely. Chris, appreciate the support, dude. I hope you are well. Hope you're excited for Wrestlemania. Gaming in Real Time says, my cockatiel Sid has passed away. I'm glad I could spend time with you guys. This has happened in the past year. I'm sorry to hear that, Gaming in Real Time. I'm sorry to hear that. It's always hard when a pet passes away. So shout out to you. David Harrison, shout out to you as well, buds. I think we're caught up on messages. So yeah, that sucks, Gaming in Real Time. I'm sorry to hear that. Jeremy says, I'm going to give Ring of Honor updates. It's starting now. Okay. Cool. Appreciate it. Days, I don't think Cody is going to WWE. I have a feeling that he'll be in charge of Ring of Honor, and we've been swerved. I still hopeful, but I'm doubtful. Thoughts. I'm fully expecting him to go to WWE. I think that, you know, it's natural to have doubts and things as you get this close to like a reveal. Where you can be like, you know, there's so much going on. There's so much that's being said. I'm thinking there could be one final swerve. But I've said all along, you know, Cody Seth. They've massively built it up to like where we are now. I've got no doubts. I mean, I suppose you'll always have a little doubt. So let's say I'm 99.9%. Let's say there's a 0.1%, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. Why is the Hall of Fame 3 hours as it states on the network? I don't want to listen to old men talk rubbish for that long. Ooh. Ooh. I have to take a drink of coffee of that. I actually don't know how long it's going to be, but honestly, if it is 3 hours, I personally would listen to 3 hours of stories. I actually think that you can learn a lot from about wrestling if you listen to the old Hall of Fames, because it's just a lot of great stories, and also sometimes stories that you've not heard before. There can be some really interesting insight with, what they say at the Hall of Fame. Lots of little in-jokes, and probably more back in the day. I mean, I suppose in this day and age, you can be a bit more spoilt because shoot interviews are a lot more of a thing. But honestly, some of the first times I ever heard superstars honestly talking and sharing stories was when they were doing their Hall of Fame induction speeches. I suppose even now, Undertaker is revealed a lot, but there's still a lot more he could say. I mean, Undertaker could talk for 3 hours, and I think he'd be very, very captivating. So I don't actually know how long it's going to be on for, but it's something I'm looking forward to. I don't know if it's something that's very good to stream. I'm going to be honest. Like people talking and then like having to listen and then react to it. That's why I never used to do the Hall of Fame. But do you remember a few years ago, Bret Hart was attacked? And it was like a massive story, and everyone was like, "Oh, you should have streamed it." I'm not saying I'm hoping for that. I'm absolutely not. But yeah, I mean, everyone was like, "Oh, you should do it. You should do it." And I was like, "Nah," because it's people talking, and it's going to be difficult. And then the Bret Hart thing happened, and it was like, ugh. And then it didn't happen for a few years. And then last year we got 2 classes at the same time, so that was really interesting, and Bulldog went in, and that was amazing. This year it's Undertaker, and I would imagine there'll be a lot of symbolism in this one. I'd imagine he's going to come out, he'll probably strike the pose. What are they going to do for Paul Bearer? He was such a big part of Undertaker's career. What are they going to do to recognize Paul Bearer? Will it just be a graphic on screen? Will it just be a mention? I kind of, I think there should be a little something. There'll be a mention at the very least, but it's little things to just keep an eye out for when it comes to the Undertaker's induction speech. Obviously, the Steiners having a microphone. That's going to be a lot of fun as well, so don't know where we're going to go with that one. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the Hall of Fame, but as we said, it could just be not the best thing to stream, but we'll see. King Savage says, Days, Brock Lesnar will win because everyone, including you, thinks Roman will win. And remember, WrestleMania is full of surprises. Well, hang on. Hold your horses. I know that I predicted Roman to win. And I can't remember if I had enough time to actually explain that in the prediction video. But I don't think Roman's winning. I want Roman to win. But I actually don't know who's winning that one. I think they've done a good job of making enough doubt as to which way it's going to go. I mean, I've picked Roman because I want it to be Roman, but it could be Brock. I'm certainly not going to say that it's not going to be Brock. Brock could win it. I don't think Brock's sticking around very long after WrestleMania, and that's will probably add into it. But he could stick around long enough to have a little title run. He could stick around long enough. He could forfeit the belts, or he could drop them at the next pay-per-view. He doesn't have to stick around a very long time afterwards to win at WrestleMania. But yeah, I've gone with Roman, but that's more out of I want it to be Roman. Thomas says, "Did you hear that Bray is in Dallas?" Yes, he's there for that Comic-Con, isn't he? So I wouldn't get too excited about that. LSW said, "Happy WrestleMania Eve." Yeah, it definitely feels that way, doesn't it? definitely feels that way. I must admit, there's been lots of little chatter out there today. I haven't seen anything massive today. Normally I'm sat here and I'm like, right, we've got to go through this. We need to talk about this. It's been kind of a bit, it seemed to me anyway, like a calm before the storm. We did get some Mattel figure reveals. I don't know if you've seen those, but there were some interesting ones. Great looking Shotzi figure, looked really, really good. There was a Dominic from, was it 05, 08? You know, when it was the, 05-ish, I think. When it was the custody battle. So it's young Dominic. He looks even younger than he does now. But it's like boy Dominic. You can get that in figure form. And there was quite a few little reveals that look kind of interesting. So that was yesterday. Kind of earlier today / in the middle of the night, they revealed that it was a weird time that they showed off the stage for the first time. I don't know if they forgot or what happened, but they showed off the staging. That one seems to have gone down very well. People seem to really enjoy the stage, saying that it looks classy, saying that it looks simple but effective. Seems to be a lot of love for the stage this year, and that's cool. The stage is, I thought it was about 7.5. I feel that it's very solid. I think it looks great, does the job. And it's just not, as I said in my little video, it doesn't knock it out the park for me. You don't look at it and go, oh my God, that's classic. That's a legendary stage. It's really just the logo, but they do it so well. I mean, they do it so well. It looks great. So, but it's not the pirate ship of last year. Do you remember when they were setting that up and we were like, oh my God, what are they doing? What are they creating here? And it was like, turned out to be this big pirate ship. That was cool. That was cool. But it's gone down very well. I was reading through the comments of the video that I put up earlier, and as I said, people are loving it. So we've had that. We've had the stage reveal. We've had the figures that came out yesterday. There's people just milling around. There's lots of fake news out there. There's lots of like little bits and bobs that people are tagging me in that just doesn't look like it's coming from reliable sources at all. So I ain't really interested in any of that. Unless it's coming from Sean Rossap or Meltzer or maybe even a Wrestle Votes, then I don't really pay it much attention, to be honest. So yeah, it seems like it's a bit of a quiet news day. Elliot said Brock is booked for Backlash and Money in the Bank. Don't forget, Money in the Bank is a stadium, so they'll want it to be big. Also, does Seth open Saturday night? Yeah, on all the show stadiums this year. I mean, I think Brock isn't going to be around as much after WrestleMania as he was before. And I suppose you're right. What I mean by that is more the Raws and the SmackDowns. But I'm sure he will still be at pay-per-views. So could he have the titles and we just don't see him very much and then he goes to the next pay-per-views? I mean, sure, but personally I wouldn't want that. So yeah, I don't know. That doesn't change my mind. I mean, It doesn't make me want Brock now. Could they? It stays the same. Could they put the title on Brock? Sure. Do I want them to? No. But there's many people out there that do want Roman to get it. And as I said, I think they've done a good job of just planting a seed of doubt as to which way they're actually going to go. I really don't know. I mean, you can make an argument for putting it on Brock, as people are. And you can make an argument for putting it on Roman. So, well, I tell you what might be fun, actually. Let's go into the poll, right? Because we haven't got a poll. This is not who do you think, right? But who do you want to win, right? Not who do you think will win. This is, listen to this now. Not who do you think, who do you want to win? I'm gonna make that in caps, actually, because anyone that's not joined us yet, there we go, Roman or Brock, that'd be interesting, just to see where people are. Who do you want to win? Do you want Roman or do you want Brock? There we go, boom. Does Seth open Saturday night? The rumor was that it's going to be Becky and Bianca that are going to open on Saturday. But then the rumor also was that it'll be Stone Cold that will close Saturday. So I don't quite know where that puts Seth Rollins or where that puts Ronda. Because apparently Ronda was told she would be main eventing. So it seems like a lot of people have been told they're main eventing. Vince said you need to be in the main event when he spoke to Seth in that little clip, didn't he? Like, you need to be a main event. We need to make you a main event type thing. Well, I don't know. In Vince's mind, I think there can be a lot of main events. There can be a lot of, you can have a main event that closes. Only one thing can close the show. But I think a lot of things can main event. So, whatever that means. So, I think that, I'm expecting Becky Bianca to open the show. At the moment, I'm expecting the Stone Cold thing to close it. I think it could be Ronda that's the final match, but then the Stone Cold thing comes after. And because it's not a match, it's technically main events, but it's not the last match. And then I think they'll put Seth Cody or Seth Mystery Person right bang in the middle of the show, because they always tend to do a match and then have a bit of a break. And whilst that break's on, it'll be, I don't know, Hall of Fame ceremony, or it'll just be some skit, or they'll have like Hogan come out, or there'll be something. But there's just a bit of a break to allow the crowd to get a breather. The next match that comes on is, one of the lesser matches, and then we kind of rebuild again till we get to the proper main event. So maybe they'll put Cody Seth on in that part there. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard much in the way of a schedule, but that's all I've heard so far. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, hope you're well, we're doing good. Do you think the Shane news will be a swerve and he'll come out for Cody to replace him against Seth? No. I mean, I think it could be that he does come out. He could come out and answer the call. But he won't be the one that faces Seth. It's going to be, as I said, for me, I'm 99.9% sure it's going to be Cody. And the only reason that I've got that 0.1 is because I would always have that 0.1 until you actually see something. Like, you can't go 100%, but I'm as close as I can be, really. The Seth news is that apparently they've brought Seth back. The Shane news, is they've brought him back, but brought him back mainly because of the Hall of Fame. Like, he's a great friend of the Undertaker. They've obviously, he's grown up with the Undertaker. Undertaker started in 1990, which is 32 years ago. And so, Shane has obviously grown up with Undertaker being around. They've spent a lot of time together. And, Undertaker going in the Hall of Fame is a big deal. So, from what I've heard, Shane's come back because, he wants to be a part of that. I don't think that, look, he's still Vince's son. So, I'm not expecting him to come back and actually be in a match. He could be, who knows, but I think the card's pretty much set. But, yeah, my understanding is he's coming back for that reason. And, maybe to just help out a little bit behind the scenes. But, yeah, I'm not expecting him to be coming back to be, Seth's partner or anything like that. Let's go down. Unless they plan to put Roman in an interesting story, we're having a problem, says Shad Gaspard. Any Hall of Fame news? Is Bron inducting his dad and uncle? I haven't seen who's inducting the Steiners. I don't know if they've actually said. Let's have a look. Steiner Brothers inducting. Let's see what that would be. Mick Foley says anything could happen as the Steiner Brothers get inducted. Steiner Brothers induction. Everything you need to know. Rick Steiner has been seen supporting his son. Scott hasn't said much about the induction. Doesn't say who's putting him in. I don't actually know if it has been announced who is putting them in. All the news is from a few days ago when it was announced. I mean, it was only announced a few days ago, wasn't it? It's the last one to be announced. I know Booker T's putting in Queen Sharmell. I know Vince is putting in Undertaker. I don't know who's putting in Vader, to be honest. I don't think that it's been announced as to who's putting the Steiners in. So, we'll find out. Bray Wyatt might return. He's teased he might come back to WrestleMania. Bray Wyatt has put a tweet out saying that he's in Dallas, but he's in Dallas for the Comic-Con thing, the meet and greet thing that he's been advertised to do for quite a while. So don't get your hopes up for Bray Wyatt. Mitchell said, USA and England advancing in Group B. That was amazing. If you haven't heard, England and the USA are in the same World Cup group. They will play each other at the World Cup, guaranteed. And that is very, very exciting. World Cup later this year. Probably the biggest sporting event outside of the Olympics, like internationally. I know the Super Bowl is probably also up there. Even though it's only like American teams, it is still enjoyed around the world. But, yeah, the World Cup's a monster. So, brilliant draw. Absolutely brilliant. Mitchell's over the moon with that. Over the moon with that. Ronda has said on Facebook that her and Charlotte will close out night one. Okay. I mean, I think it was Meltzer that said that it was going to be the Stone Cold thing. So, Ronda could close night one as in being the final match, because the Stone Cold segment isn't a match. So the last match on night one could be Ronda. But you could always do a Stone Cold segment after. If not, then I don't know when they're going to move that Stone Cold segment to. I don't know if they do it just before. I really don't know. At the end of the day, it's Vince, innit? Vince is going to have the final say, and trying to figure out what Vince is thinking is a little bit difficult sometimes. Rex said, is Seth fighting on night one or night two? So, let me have a look at that. WrestleMania. I think it's night one. WrestleMania 38. Matches. Yeah, night one. So, night one, Becky against Bianca, the Mysterios against Miz and Logan Paul, Drew McIntyre against Happy Corbin, Usos against Nakamura and Boogs, New Day taking on Sheamus and Ridge Holland, Seth against Mystery Person, and Charlotte against Ronda. That is night one, as well as the Stone Cold thing. Jacob said, I wonder how they'll get all the seats for the Hall of Fame ready since it's right after SmackDown. Is it in the same venue, is it? It's in the same space? I mean, I'm guessing it's just going to largely be the same then, or they'll just add some seats. I don't know. It's a mess, isn't it, really? I don't know. It's in the same venue? Do you still collect figures? Yes and no. I haven't actually been out to the shops in a long, long time, so I pretty much film every time I go to the shops. So that shows you how often I get a chance to go. And I really don't like ordering online. Because a lot of the thrill for me was, like, you know, going down to the shops and seeing what was there and all of that. Like, when it comes in the post, it just doesn't really feel the same to me. So I'm a lot more into going to the shops. But what with pandemics and everything, I just haven't had a chance. Hasib said, I don't mind Brock around. He's cool as a champ. He doesn't really do much like you get from Roman. Do you think the same, that he's a little bit boring as champ, but he'd be cool to have around? Yeah, I mean, look, Brock's I like Brock. I ain't got a problem with Brock. I like him. I think that he's quite interesting with this face turn. So I think where he is now with being the farmer, I think he's won people over. I think people are, into this version of Brock. I mean, if you think, like, it wasn't long ago, people were saying, he's doesn't wrestle that much. He just comes in for the money. Isn't it funny how, like, he just increased his dates, put a smile on his face, and now all of a sudden people are loving him again? Like, it's kind of, he's shown the power, hasn't he, of, like, he can get people. He's got that ability to get over as a face, and he's got the ability to get over as a heel. Like, it's brilliant. He's done a great job with this kind of face turn. So I think that he is obviously a massive plus to have around. The only thing is, how much does he want to be around? Because he loves his farm and he loves his family, and the one thing I doubt he loves is traveling all over the country, when honestly he's got so much money. He doesn't need to be doing this. So I think he does it because it's good for his brand. I think he does it because I think he probably does enjoy going out and, like, having, like, an audience kind of thinking he's a god. Because a lot of people, like, massively respect Brock. And you probably don't get that from the cows and the sheep. But he loves going out there, soaking in that atmosphere from the crowds. And I can understand that. But he doesn't need to be doing it as often as what he is. This has been an unusual schedule, as we've seen him do a lot more dates than normal. I think to try and get him over as a face, because one of the criticisms is he only turns up once in a while. So if he's going to be a face and we need people to like him, then he's going to have to work more dates. And also, this is the most stupendous WrestleMania ever. So that's why, we've had him around loads in the build also. For the biggest WrestleMania main event ever. Yeah, I'd say he's done a great job. He's, kept up his end of the bargain. But, I like him. It'd be a shame to see him, it'll feel like something's missing when he's not around as much. He's cool. Off topic, but are you doing any football tomorrow? I'm assuming not, says Lauren. Yeah, sadly not. Not tomorrow, but I am going to try and do a game on Sunday. I don't want to do, like, no football, but I did look at it and I was like, could I possibly do a game and then go into NXT and then go into WrestleMania? But part of me was thinking, like, man, I just don't want to get burnt out. I don't want to, like, have my voice could be struggling on day 2 anyway. I mean, I really don't know how WrestleMania is going to go. So I think best thing to do is to skip a day, which is a shame, but I mean, look, it was always going to be that way this weekend. But I am going to try and do a game on Sunday. I think I do have a Tottenham game set up that's on, just time-wise, that works for us. So, tomorrow is NXT. I mean, obviously NXT tomorrow as well. So NXT Stand and Deliver, we are doing that. And then we start nice and early for WrestleMania. That WrestleMania stream is flipping always one of the biggest of the year. So we will start, I think I'm right in saying, maybe even 2 hours before the kickoff show. It's all set up on the channel already. So drop a like on it if you haven't already on those streams. Those streams are super, super important. I mean, undeniably the biggest wrestling streams of the year. They're set up. They're ready to go. I miss you. How have you been? What % are you giving The Rock showing up if Roman wins? 60-40 no. 60-40 no, because I think it makes sense, and I've heard that The Rock wants to do it in WrestleMania 39. He wants that match. I don't know if it's still finalized. Not only that, I don't know if he's free, like, for this weekend. I mean, if he is filming somewhere in Australia or whatever, like, he might actually physically not be able to get to WrestleMania. I genuinely don't know if he's available. I said before, like, he doesn't need to prepare. He doesn't need to do anything. He's just got to physically be there. And just for the end, like, even if he jumps on a plane, like, early on Sunday, just to get there for the end of WrestleMania, just so he can come out and confront Roman and just say a few words. That's it, innit? I mean, it's so simple. You don't need to have done any training, any prep, or you don't need to have done anything, but just walk out on stage and say a few words. Say, next year, you, me, something like this. That's all, something really simple, like, done. So I feel like there's a great chance that it could happen, but I'm going to say 60% no. Because first of all, The Rock might not be free to do it. Second of all, we don't know if the match has even been finalized and booked yet, so we don't even know if that's where this is going. And third of all, we don't know that like how the match is going to go. I mean, I don't know if Roman's going to win. I mean, if Roman loses, then it's going to be a bit weird having The Rock walk out and then challenge him for next year. I mean, Brock could win that match anyway, and then all of a sudden it doesn't really work as well. I mean, you could have Brock win and then have Roman beat up Brock and then bring out The Rock, maybe. I mean, maybe you could get around it that way, but I think there's enough to make me go, it's probably more unlikely than likely. But I'd love to see it. I hope it goes that way. I really, really do. I'd love to see it. Talking of theory, shouldn't we expect his Mania to be better than WrestleMania 17 as it's called stupendous, and Roman Brock is better than Shawn Taker as it's the biggest match of all time? Yeah, I mean, I would lower your expectations. So, it's going to be a great WrestleMania, I'm sure. It's going to be a big WrestleMania. It's going to have a big WrestleMania feel. They're going for it. The one thing you can't deny is they're not going for it. They've gone, whether you think they've gone the right way or not. They've gone and got lots of celebrities. They've tried to cater for as many people as possible. It's a WrestleMania that I think feels like a WrestleMania, and I give them massive credit for that. Massive credit for that. We've seen WrestleManias in the past that just maybe don't feel quite as big as what WrestleMania should feel, but this one does. I mean, WrestleMania 36, it wasn't their fault. That was out of their own hands, but it definitely was missing everything. WrestleMania 36, I mean, no crowd at all. Inside a poxy little warehouse. Like, it's madness in it. We said at the time this will be the craziest WrestleMania we ever see. And it will be. If you've never seen WrestleMania 36, I'm not joking. No crowd, and it was inside a warehouse. It was inside, like, a building. So WrestleMania 38 is just going to be completely mind-blowing compared to that. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's all good, innit? It's all positive. It's things to look forward to, but I don't know. I can't say it's going to be better than WrestleMania 17. Mick Foley is inducting Vader, says Cameron. Days, don't you miss another women's match? They could use Sasha better than that. I suppose, yeah. I mean, look, this is not the WrestleMania card I would have picked, but I think the big matches are pretty good. But yeah, I mean, we could have done something else with Sasha. But then, I mean, look, you could say we should be doing something else with Rhea Ripley. There's going to be a lot of Liv fans that say we should be doing something else with Liv. There'll be a lot of people saying we should be doing something else with Naomi. So I think it's difficult because, there's only so many matches that you can have, and there's only so many stories that you've told that deserve to be at WrestleMania. So, this women's tag match is just a way of getting as many women on this show as possible. That's it. That's as simple as that in it. I mean, there's 4 tag teams in it, so that's 8 women in this one match over the women's tag belts. So it's literally just a way of getting women on the show. But could they do something better with Sasha? Sure. they could do something better with the majority of women in that match. But yeah, it's difficult because like if you was to do that match, you'd be either making all the other matches a bit shorter in time to get like another women's match on the cards, or you'd have to replace another match. I'd have no problem replacing a few matches. Definitely a few matches here that don't really grab my attention, but I think the top of the card, they've done a really good job of building it. James said, I love that shirt. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Look at this. This is the Undertaker Hall of Fame shirt. So WWE got in touch. They sent me an email. I think it was about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, just saying, we've done codes. I've done codes with them in the past, and they were like, we'd love to do it again for WrestleMania. And I was like, yeah, cool. It's great for you guys. As I said, it'd be great if we could get one for WWE Shop, but it doesn't seem to be something that Shop's interested in doing. But Euroshop, that's something that they seem to be more on board with doing. So they just sent me a box. It had a few T-shirts in, and I showed it off in the video. I've got it here. This thing, look at this. Look at this. This is the WrestleMania. You can see some of the DVDs and CDs in the reflection. This is the WrestleMania pin badge. I don't even know if you can hear me. This is the WrestleMania pin badge collection thing. And look at that. That is just lots of pin badges in like a collector's edition thing. It's really, really nice. Really, really nice. There's only a couple of hundred of those. And they sent one of those through as well. They normally send through like an item like that, an OMG item, because whenever I do the video, obviously it just looks really, really nice. Like they've sent through a couple of belts in the past, which has been awesome. But that pin badge set I thought was really, really great. But I didn't really get a chance to like properly show it off in the last one, but it's all the logos as pin badges. And as I said, they've done a couple of hundred of those. It's just a nice thing on the wall, innit, really. I think it was I looked, and it was about £110, I think. So 10% off that would just knock it just under £100. So if you've got a man cave, you're looking for something nice on the wall, it's not a bad shout, is it? Only a couple of hundred of them have been made, and yeah, you could take them all out and put them on a nice jacket. If you're going to WrestleMania, you could actually have them all down your jacket and walk in with all the logos on you. Emily, shout out to you. I just saw Emily. Says, I heard Cody is in talks with Tony Khan to book Ring of Honor. Days, didn't Sasha get annoyed WrestleMania 35 because she was fighting for tag titles, which caused her to walk out and ask for her release? Why is she doing it again this year? Didn't she re-sign? I think she re-signed. So, I mean, don't forget, last year she did main event. So she's they've put her in a main event. I don't know how she feels about losing as much as what she has. That might be a problem for her. But yeah, she was in the main event last year against Bianca. I'm sure she'll be back in main events. She'll be back up there. But yeah, it is a bit of a weird one because obviously she's been doing like Mandalorian and everything. She definitely feels like a big fish in a very small match. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But it's the most stupendous WrestleMania, isn't it? It's hard to find where to put all these superstars. Wrestle with Andy, hello. What's your favourite Undertaker era? Oh, damn. Probably when he first debuted. So I think when he first came in, he was just like beating everyone really. And so that first year it's all right. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff. We don't get too adventurous. So I would probably say once we start going like around Giant Gonzalez into Mankind, maybe into that kind of bit. But yeah, probably like actually probably pre-Mankind. Like, I love Undertaker versus Undertaker. I love that story. I think it's a great story. The way that they managed to do that. So I love that. So I'm probably looking around 93. As a kid, I loved him against Giant Gonzalez. I mean, Giant Gonzalez is, and for the kids, I would imagine Amos might do the same. You've got to remember that, like, basketball just wasn't a thing here in the UK. I mean, I do not remember ever seeing any basketball on TV when I was young. If it was buried away, hidden away on Sky Sports, and I never had that. So I never saw any basketball. So I wasn't seeing people that tall. But like the Giant Gonzalez, when he would come down with his arms outstretched, like, he did look like from another world. So even though that, like, he couldn't wrestle, if you're a kid, you don't really notice that stuff. He had the OMG. He had the airport factor, didn't he? So I love, like, him against Giant Gonzalez. I love him against Undertaker. So my favorite era is probably 93, 94, around that kind of time. I mean, I love the classic look where he had the grey and the grey gloves. I love that kind of old school look. And you know, when he's, like, carving the caskets. And he's with Paul Bearer. My Undertaker. He does a casket match against Kamala in the end of 92. Oh, I mean, Kamala's one of my favourites, so you can imagine how amazing that was. But watching his, like, vignettes where he's like... I would say later Undertaker where he takes on Shawn and Triple H, because those are my favourite Undertaker matches. But he was only working, like, once a year, really, at that point. So you get a lot more Undertaker-ness if you go back to, like, 92, 93, 94. But yeah, I was never into Ministry of Darkness. Never really liked that Undertaker. That never did it for me. American Badass I thought was fine. It kind of worked for the Attitude Era, but American Badass wasn't better than, you know, Deadman. Wasn't better than the Undertaker that we had at the start. So early Undertaker for me. Great question, though. Dan, shout out to you, buds. Very kind. Appreciate the support. Dan says, do you think it would be better to have a women's secondary title instead of tag titles with Flair, Becky, Rousey around? It's always them with the titles off them. We spoke about this, and the answer to that question would probably be no. I think it's better to have the tag titles. The reason why I say that is because a secondary title is a secondary title. I think seeing Sasha with, like, an Intercontinental Women's, be cool, be fine. But I don't think it's much more prestigious than seeing her with the tag belts. I kind of feel like any title, if it's not the top one, anything below that is sort of around the same level. You know, I would argue that, like, RK Bro have got the tag belts. They don't feel like they're less than the Intercontinental title or the United States title at the moment. I mean, you could probably book it different to make them feel more prestigious, but look at how they've been booking the IC belt. And look at how they've been booking the United States belt. I mean, I would argue the tag belts, Usos, RK Bro, feel just as big as Intercontinental and United States. So I would say that the women's tag titles probably could have been booked better. I think that's an understatement. But they're still belts. They're still secondary titles. And this way, you get more women involved. If you didn't have the tag belts, but you had a women's Intercontinental, then chances are, most of the time, it would just be one-on-one. Whereas this way, with the tag belts, you get, obviously, 2-on-2. So you get 4 women in a match rather than just 2 women in a match. I mean, could you imagine if instead of the tag belts, you had a women's Intercontinental and this was Sasha against Naomi? So if this was Sasha against Naomi for the women's Intercontinental, you could argue that would be a more exciting match, right? Great for us. but that would mean no Liv Morgan on the show, no Rhea Ripley on the show. There'd be quite a few women that, how would you get them onto the show? I mean, you could do the Women's Battle Royal thing, which I've heard nothing about. Andre, actually, isn't it Andre Battle Royal tonight? Damn, have we got the Andre Battle Royal? Saying that it means nothing now. Didn't Jey Uso win it last year or something? But yeah, I think I haven't even looked to see what we've got tonight, and we're only 12 minutes away. But I think we've got the Andre Battle Royal tonight. So they've started doing Battle Royals on, like, the SmackDown before and all this, and it's like, don't know, I think, like, you need to lose a celebrity match, bring in a women's Intercontinental bout. How about that? If you did that, I got no problems, because I don't mind losing all of the celebrity matches, get them all off, and then that'll give you the time to have a women's Intercontinental. But would I swap the women's tag belts for a women's Intercontinental? I'd have to say no. Just because I don't think the Intercontinental is going to feel more prestigious, unless they book it better. I've got no confidence they'll book it better. And this way you get more women on the show. I suppose you could do a ladder match, though. Couldn't you? But you could do a ladder match for the flipping Intercontinental this year, and they're not. You could do a ladder match for the United States belt, but they're not. So, would I have confidence that they would book a ladder match for the women's Intercontinental? A lot of it, to be honest, comes down to the booking, doesn't it? It comes down to the booking. Would they book it right? Would they book it right? And if they booked it right, then you could make an argument for it. But if we got confidence they would book it right? Anyone out there got confidence they would book it right? But, yeah, good point. Good question. Dan, shout out to you. I hope you're looking forward to WrestleMania. Bryce said, I think WWE needs to get rid of the Andre Battle Royal, in my opinion. What do you think? I don't think they should get rid of it. I think they should make it more important. So rather than it just being what it is, which is we need this to shove people on the WrestleMania card, which they're not even doing now. You know, now you don't even get on the pre-show, which I just don't understand. I don't get it. It was just always a way of getting as many that were on the roster onto the WrestleMania card. I think the winner should be guaranteed a title shot. I mean, the winner got the trophy and that was it. It was never mentioned again. So maybe the next SmackDown or the next Raw, whichever the brand the winner was on, the trophy would be at ringside, and that was it. That was it. But if you got a title shot and you was going to face the winner of Brock Roman, so the winner of Brock versus Roman would be facing the winner of the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Brilliant. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, all of a sudden now you've got a whole purpose to it. But that's just not how they've booked it. It's just not how they've booked it. The winner just wins that trophy and that's it. It is really just designed to get people on the WrestleMania show, which now they don't even do. They do it on the SmackDown before. IC ladder match at Mania would have been fitting and perfect for Scott Hall's honor, says James Chadwick. That's true. They don't need another championship to get more women on TV. If they knew how to properly book feuds that got people invested in, say, Liv Rhea, that would be an answer. Rope said, Days, hello. What did Will say to Chris? Paper beats rock. Days, just want to get your take on the World Cup 2026 being expanded to 48 teams. Are you a fan of that? I'm not. I'm a bit torn. We won't spend long on this. I'm a little bit torn. I think that it's going to make it easier to qualify. So it takes away, you know, it kind of guarantees the big clubs will be there. The big nations will be there. Maybe there'll be, a nation that still misses out, but it's probably not going to be like Italy. Italy will always be there now. England will always be there, because I think there are more European places as a result. But I suppose in a way, you're still going to have nations that miss out. You've got 200 nations, so it's 150 odd that are still not going to go. But I think it kind of means that all the big nations will be there. So that's a little bit of a shame. But I just think that, look, more people could enjoy the draw today. And what does it result in? I think it results in just being one extra game for teams as they get to a final. So there's pros and cons. I don't like the idea England have got to play an extra game to win it. It's hard enough as it is. So now they've got to play an extra game. I'm not thrilled about that. But equally, I do like the idea that 12 more nations can be excited about the World Cup and watch their nation compete in. I like that idea. So pros and cons, I'd say I'm 50-50 on it. Pros and cons. John Cena is going to come back, says Kirsty. Poor Ireland will never make the World Cup again. They might do. 2026 when it gets expanded. Got to think that gives them a better chance of getting there. So, that's one of the advantages. Italy would have been able to have enjoyed today's draw, and maybe Scotland and Wales could both have gone. Don't know. I don't know how it would. I don't know how many European places extra they get and how it pans out. But I like the idea of more nations being able to get excited for the World Cup. I think the World Cup is so exciting. I'm so excited for it. I just want everyone to be excited for it. I'm literally counting down. I can't wait. Can't wait. Did you hear about Edge's faction? Who do you want in it? I've not heard about Edge's faction, no. What's this? Are you ready for Days Mania? Oh, born ready. Right, shout out to you. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I can't wait for Alexa Bliss on Monday. I did see she sent a tweet out saying that she's on her way to Dallas. So I am, expecting her to be around. I don't think they've confirmed that she's there Monday, but I am expecting it. You'd probably know more than me on that one. What with being a mega Alexa Bliss fan. I just want to have a look and see if they've announced anything for tonight. I feel like they've announced... Here it is. So we've got Ricochet against Angel Garza and Humberto in a IC title triple threat match. We've got the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, and we've got the Hall of Fame afterwards. I don't know if there's anything else that's been announced past that, to be honest. So, Ricochet against Angel and Humberto. We've got... Just watching a... God, that's loud. I'm just watching a preview on SmackDown now. There's Andre Battle Royal. Happy Corbin welcomes Angela. Who's Angela? On Happy Talk. Is that the name of the sword? That's the name of Drew's sword, isn't it? And Hall of Fame. Yeah, that's everything they've announced. Do you think Damian versus Finn will be added? There was rumors that it was going to be. So I'm going to lean to yes, because there was rumors that it was going to be. Unless they're saving it for Raw. Maybe they're saving it for Raw. I expect Raw to be monstrous this year. The Raw after WrestleMania is one of the biggest Raws, maybe the biggest Raw of the year. It hasn't been up until recently because 2 years ago we had the pandemic. There was no one. It was done at the Performance Center, empty. So there was no one there. Last year, we did have a crowd at WrestleMania, but we didn't have a crowd at Raw. It was Thunderdome. This is the first time in a couple of years we will have a crowd. So I am expecting it to be big. So expect NXT call-ups, expect returns, expect title matches, expect WrestleMania rematches, all to take place on Raw on Monday. It's going to be massive. Anna said, grab your drink and snacks. Sit back and enjoy. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Anna, shout out to you. I hope you are well. With Jason Baker going to be in attendance, it seems odd both Firefly, Funhouse, Chars being there. Any chance of Bray this weekend? Don't think so. He's at the Dallas Comic-Con thing, and I mean that's it. There's been no rumor of him having re-signed. There's no rumor that they're interested in re-signing him. There's nothing. So if he was to have been re-signed on the quiet, it'll be one of the biggest shocks and surprises that WWE has ever pulled off, to be honest. I mean, in this day and age, it's so hard to keep secrets. It just seems to be getting harder and harder. And there's no talk of it whatsoever. There's no reason to think that it's going to happen. So I have to lean towards no. Predictions for Battle Royal and IC. Got to think Ricochet is going to retain. And Battle Royal, I don't even know who's in it. To be honest, I don't think they've announced the participants, so it does make predicting that very difficult. I mean, who is not at WrestleMania that could do with a bit of a push? Because I've got to think it's going to be people that aren't at WrestleMania. So it needs to be a decent name. It needs to be someone that's got a bit of buzz around them. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea who it could be. I mean, Amos is in a match against Bobby Lashley, so I'm thinking they're not going to be in it. Who's not at Mania? Could it be like, I don't know, Eric or Ivar or someone like this? I mean, I would say Boogs, but I think Boogs is at WrestleMania, isn't he? So I don't think it's going to be Boogs. Yeah, I genuinely, I don't know. I'm just having a look at a roster now, just to see if there's anyone that jumps out. Apollo? Could it be Apollo? Cedric Alexander? Don't know why we would do that. Dominic, no, he's there. Gable Stevenson won't be him. Montez Ford, MVP. Amaro Otis, Randy Orton, Reggie. Most people are there, to be honest. Most people are at WrestleMania. Eric, Ivar. Who's going to be in this match? Mustafa Ali. Yeah, most people are at WrestleMania. Until I actually know who's in it, it's going to make it tricky. We might even be starting off with it by the looks of it. Right, here we go. Look, we've got, who's in there? Jinder, Apollo, R-Truth, T-Bar, the Viking Raiders, Reggie, Tommaso Ciampa's in it. Tommaso Ciampa's in it? Could it be Tommaso? Ciampa. I'm writing Ciampa. Oh, look at this. Andre the Giant is getting a video package. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. This is already the best thing I've seen WWE do in 2022. An Andre the Giant video package. Oh, my God. Oh, I might start crying. Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. Look at that. That's him eliminating Bret Hart from, wasn't it the Battle Royal in WrestleMania 2? This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Ciampa should win it. Yeah, I agree. Of quickly scanning everyone that was in the ring. I'm going to go Tommaso Ciampa. I'm going to go Tommaso Ciampa. Chompy Wompy. Right, bell has sounded and we are underway. R-Truth is saying a few words. We got the trophy at ringside. Here we go. Reg is in there. Cedric Alexander's in there. Mansoor is in there. I don't think Mustafa Ali is in there, you know. Oh, Dolph Ziggler's coming out. Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode are making their way down to the ring. So the Dirty Dogs are coming down. Could they give it Robert Roode? Robert Roode is obviously needs summer. Ziggler's the NXT champ, so they could give it to Robert Roode. And at least then Robert Roode would have something to brag about as he's walking around. Tommaso Ciampa makes a lot of sense because he's on the main roster, and that would be a great way to introduce him. So there's a few here that would benefit by winning. Where's Butch? Where's Butch? Yeah, Butch should win it. Butch should win it. Have you any update on Mustafa Ali? All I know is that he wanted to leave. Yeah, no update. Just said, like, didn't he say, like, I'll see you in 2025 or something? Kind of making out that he spoke to them. He wants to leave and they ain't letting him go. I'm sure he sent a message out saying, I'll see you all in, like, 2025. So, no movement on it. No movement. They're seemingly not budging. Right, they're just advertising NXT Stand and Deliver, and now we've got Finn Balor coming down. So, Finn Balor is going to be in this. That's a bit of a surprise. So, Finn Balor making his way down to the ring. They actually, do you know, they rang the bell. I don't know if you heard, but they rang the bell. So why is everyone not fighting? They've already rung the bell. That's why I said, right, we're underway, because they rang the bell. But instead, they're still bringing people down to the ring. Did you see Mike Goldberg tweet? That was an April Fool's. Bron Breakker. Oh, I've not seen Bron Breakker in there. Bron Breakker would be a fun person to have in there. Right. Here we go. We are underway. We are underway. So, I'm going to go with Tommaso on this, as we are up and running. We've got Commander Aziz in there. We got the Viking Raiders in there. Balor's made his way down. Jinder's in there. I can see Damian Priest is in there as well. So, Andre the Giant Battle Royal up and running. Reggie on the outside of the ring. And Reggie flipping over to Zawa. Reggie eliminated. Eliminated by Damian Priest. So, Damian Priest has managed to get rid of Reggie. Now he's got R-Truth, and he chucks R-Truth out. R-Truth has gone. Dolph is on the outside. Boos for Damian Priest. Dolph is on the outside. We got Shanky. Dolph managing to get back in, and it looks like Cedric Alexander's going to be dumped over the top. But he survives as well. Who is going to win? Jinder's gone. Won't be Jinder. Jinder Mahal eliminated. Looks like 2 people have become members over on the Night 1 stream. Okay. It's wild. I think, actually, when you become members, it might show on all the streams. It might. I don't really know how it works. Oh, big boot. T-Bar has gone crashing down outside the ring. So, Shelton Benjamin getting an elimination. We are seeing people starting to be removed from this. Dolph Ziggler on the edge of the ring, the NXT champion, struggling a little bit at the moment. They say WrestleMania fixed people. Finn had better win. T-Bar has gone. Right, we've still got a good number of people in there. So there's still plenty of people in this match. Madcap eliminating Drew Gulak. So Drew Gulak has gone. Drew Gulak I didn't, honestly. Oh, here's Madcap coming down. I always think that he's been released. I always forget that Drew Gulak's still with WWE. We just never see him. I think he does a lot of training, actually. I think he's started to do that. Like, work on getting people ready for WrestleMania and whatnot. Tommaso eliminates... Oh, no, he doesn't. Madcap Moss got tipped over onto the outside of the ring. Big chop coming in by Tommaso. Strikes coming in. Right. This has kind of settled down a little bit. We're not seeing the eliminations as quickly as what we were just. Did you read about WWE might be creating a faction led by Edge and Damian Priest could be a member? I have not seen that, no. That's a story that's passed me by. Strike by Shelton Benjamin. As Apollo is on the outside. There's Commander Aziz. Andre the Giant Battle Royal is underway. Strike by Mansoor. Oh, could they give it Mansoor? Is Big Match Mansoor going to win this? No, is the answer. Big Match Mansoor is gone. Apollo Crews has gone as well. This is starting to thin out, which is good. Shanky eliminates Eric. So we've got Shanky and we've got Commander Aziz. They're face-to-face in the ring right now. So we've got Commander Aziz, we've got Shanky. Who else is in the corners? I can't quite see who else is in there. I've not seen Madcap eliminated or Balor eliminated. Shanky with some big shots on Commander Aziz. These two behemoths going at it. He's trying to eliminate Shanky. Finn is coming over. Everyone's coming over, and they both get eliminated. Shanky and Commander Aziz has gone. We're getting down here to the final six. Damian Priest, Finn Balor, Tommaso Ciampa, Rude, Madcap, Ziggler, Dirty Dogs are both still in there. Damian Priest picking up Balor. He lands on his feet. Oh, big kick by Damian Priest. And a big strike. Pele kick by Balor. Balor runs over and eliminates Priest. Priest has been eliminated by Finn Balor. Ziggler holding on, almost eliminated. Ah, Ciampa! Ciampa survives. Big strike by Rude. Ciampa fires back. Misses. Super kick. Ah, Ciampa's gone. Damn it. Tommaso Ciampa eliminated. That's who I wanted to win. We're down to Dirty Dogs, Finn Balor, and Madcap Moss. Balor takes down Ziggler. Stomps on Ziggler. Kick to the midsection by Rude. Who's winning this? I mean, we've got Balor, chucks Dolph over. We're down to the final four. Dirty Dogs, Balor, and Madcap Moss. Rude. Is it going to be Rude? Strike to the back. Balor. Dirty Dogs trying to get rid of Balor. Madcap comes over. Madcap tips him all over. Balor survives, though. We're down to Balor and Madcap. It's going to be either Balor or Madcap Moss. Sling blade by Balor. Oh, Balor over the top. Madcap Moss has won. Madcap Moss. Madcap Moss has won the Andre Battle Royal. Oh, God, it's just dead, isn't it? It's just dead. It's dead. Madcap has won. Madcap wins. Anthony said, I told y'all. That match was fun. That was fun. Anna said, and people wonder why I've not been watching this product. The 2022. What a brilliant way to honor the memory of Andre the Giant by giving the win to Madcap Moss. Ever since I was a little kid, I always looked up to Andre. Most little kids did. Are they saying you suck? I think the crowd are chanting you suck. I always wanted to follow in his enormous footsteps, and I've done it. Strowman barely picked up the trophy a couple of years ago. Madcap lifted it like it was nothing, says Dark Angel. You suck, Chance. Lance says, why does Vince hate Finn? What a disgrace, WTF. I bet Corbin and Madcap will make jokes. He would have been a baby when Andre was around. Right. Coming up next, we've got Intercontinental Championship. WrestleMania weekend has not started out so well, says Matt. We would all look up to Andre. That's true. Let's end our poll. I like to be able to see the chat, and I can't quite see it as much as I'd want to. So, who do you want to win? That was the question. Who do you want to win? Not who do you think will win. Who do you want to win? Poll was running for about an hour, and the result is 63% Roman, 36% Brock Lesnar. So, interesting. It's kind of like almost 60-40. It's close. It's close. It's Mad Cup Moss now that he's won, says Rotem. Who won the Andre the Giant? Madcap Moss won. Madcap Moss got the victory. The WWE Universe is thrilled. The WWE Universe is going crazy right now. Okay. Intercontinental Championship match. I mean, they've done a good job of making this show feel big right out the start. We've had an Andre the Giant Battle Royal, and now we're going straight into the IC title match. Like, I respect that. I got respect for that. Here's Ricochet, the IC champ, making his way down. Edward said, what's your thoughts on the stage? For me personally, it's my favourite one. I think it's the best. I think it's solid. I think that it's about a 7.5, 7.75. I think it looks classy. I think it looks really good. I don't think it's the best, but I think it looks pretty good. Everyone's really into it, so, I mean, job done, innit? Matt said, anyone having issues with audio being out of sync with SmackDown? Nope. I'm okay with Madcap's win. So many people from NXT just get ignored. At least he's getting a push of sorts, says Trini. Darcy said, why do people get mad at WWE for not building new stars, and then they get mad when they try to give a new guy a big win? Well, I think there's a way of building stars, isn't there? So I think if Madcap wasn't doing this kind of cringy, jobbery gimmick, I mean, he tells cringy jokes, right? And I know that's his gimmick, but it's cringy. It's you're not really going to get someone over with the way that you've booked Madcap Moss. Madcap Moss has been booked like a literal joke. You know, I don't think anyone is bothered about new stars winning. I mean, I wanted Tommaso Ciampa to win it, and I know a lot of people did. Like, Tommaso, he's new to the main roster. We've enjoyed watching him down in NXT. That would have been a great boost for Tommaso to have won this. But the way that they've booked Madcap is he's been booked like a joke. He tells jokes. He loses matches. He's been cringe throughout his whole main roster run. To give him this win now doesn't make him feel like bigger in my eyes. It doesn't really. I mean, I suppose you could make an argument that it's better that he won it than he didn't win it. But his booking has been really bad. This win doesn't take away the booking that they've been, you know, giving him up to this point. So I don't think people are against building new stars. I just think you can't just ignore the way that Madcap's been booked by giving him the Andre Battle Royal win. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't change anything. I think people would have loved to have seen Tommaso Ciampa win it. I think people would have been cool if Bron Breakker had been in this match and Bron Breakker had won it. I think, you know, there's quite a few that people, like newer stars, people would have been cool with seeing win it. It's just Madcap's been booked a bit like a joke. Love the presentation tonight, says Houston. Ring sounds loud, brackets it hasn't for a while, and the lighting makes the arena feel big. I wasn't mad at Madcap winning. Tommaso is too new on the roster to win it, says Herb. Madcap's a beast. People are ignoring his ripped body. Boomer says Ciampa had a few matches on the main roster already. When is the show going to start? In an hour or more? I don't know what you mean. Rhodes, the Mania is going to be awesome. Assuming that Brock loses at WrestleMania and sticks around for the next couple of pay-per-views, who could he feud with after Roman? Who could he feud with after Roman? Who are the big heels on SmackDown? I mean, one of the names that comes to mind is Drew. I don't know if they would want to do, like, face versus face. But Drew surely got to be in the picture for a title opportunity. Let's have a look at the SmackDown roster and just look at the heels. So, we've got... God... Not many options. Happy Corbin. We've got Sami Zayn. That would be good. Sheamus. That would be good. Brock and Sheamus would be good. Brock and Sami Zayn would be good. Maybe they would do Brock Drew as a one-off thing. Just like have a bit of respect between them. Jinder, maybe, but I don't think they would. So yeah, those would be the names we're looking at. Los Lotharios making their way down. I'm sorry to say this, but Drew is boring, says Herb. Jilly said Madcap is a jobber that's going to get a push that no one's going to care about against Baron Corbin. Could it get any worse? Dort Knight, shout out to you, said Days or anyone. Did anyone watch Charlotte and Becky's interviews with Ariel Helwani? I thought the Charlotte one was very insightful. I didn't, to be honest. I didn't get a chance to watch any of those. So, what was said? You'll have to let me know what was said. Brock versus Jinder dream match that we were supposed to get at Survivor Series 2017. Right, Los Lotharios making their way down. taking a while to do it, but making their way down to the ring, and we will be underway with this triple threat Intercontinental Championship match very, very soon. I don't know if we're going to commercial break first or if we are just going to go straight to it. Right, we're going straight to it is the answer. Right, here we go. Los Lotharios, of course, working together. It's probably going to be one of them where they've not decided who's going to be the champion. So they deal with Ricochet, but then they do end up fighting each other. Because they haven't actually figured out which one of them is going to be champion. Rest with Andy said they must be due another shake-up after WrestleMania. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That would be good. I'd be definitely down for that. Jonathan, shout out to you, buddy. Jonathan said, how big do you think the boos will be if Shane came out instead of Cody? Big. And they should do it. WWE should do it. They should do it. You might. They did it when. Do you remember when Undertaker's music hit at WrestleMania 34? And it was Elias, not Undertaker. But you got Undertaker straight after. They should do it. They should have Shane come out and troll the crowd. It's too big of an opportunity to miss, really. So we might find out. Are you going to stream Hall of Fame? Yep. We're doing Hall of Fame straight after. What do you think of Cody? I like Cody. I was really into him in AEW when the crowd were booing him. He was a face, but the crowd weren't treating him as a face. And I really was looking forward to each week to see, like, you know, Cody and how the crowd were reacting. He threw his belt to the crowd and they chucked it back. I love that. So, big arm drag there from the top rope by Humberto. So, yeah, I was really enjoying that. Him coming into WWE, I think, is exciting. He feels like a big deal. Yeah, there's going to be something I'm really looking forward to. Right, we've got Angel and we've got Humberto. They're both in the ring right now. They hug. Ricochet's on the outside as we go to commercial break. This match is ridiculous. You know who's going to win. The guy who has red, black, and yellow on his tights, says Eric. Edward said, Days, Jake Paul will be at WrestleMania tonight, tomorrow. I think he gets involved. And imagine if he got involved and then KSI came down and smashed him. That would be a good WrestleMania moment. Do you agree? No. Anything to do with celebrities, I'm just not into. I mean, Jake's, you know, more of a fighter, in all fairness to him. But, no. I'm not interested in seeing KSI at all. That's a long time for Cousins to embrace. John said, I'm surprised Madcap won. He wasn't one of the favourites. Darcy said, any predictions on face or heel turns? Possibly Dominic or Orton. Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those. I don't really think there'll be too many. I mean, to be honest, that's not something you tend to get a lot of at WrestleMania. It's happened. I mean, probably most famously Austin in the main event of 17. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's never happened. But, yeah, I think you're guaranteed WrestleMania moments, whatever they might be. You're guaranteed surprises, like people, legends. But you're never guaranteed, like, face and heel turns. It really depends what story they want to tell. So, you might not get any, is the honest truth. You might not get any. Or you could get, you know, as you said, Orton could turn. But to be honest, they might just wait for the Raw after WrestleMania. You know, if you've got something that you want to do like that, They could have RK Bro lose the titles at WrestleMania and then have them split on the Raw after WrestleMania. So you might not get everything at WrestleMania. So yeah, I'm not really expecting any turns. Dominic as well. I mean, I've been thinking about him turning for a long time. So I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. To be honest, to be truthful, I'm surprised it hasn't already gone that way. So that's one I think I'll believe when I finally see it. I think they're going to do a double turn with Bianca and Becky and switch the face-heel dynamic, said British Soundboard Pranks. What time does Stand and Deliver start? Oh, I don't know, dude. The stream's set up. I can't remember off the top of my head. But if you look at the channel, you'll see the stream's set up and ready to go. And that's actually before it begins. So I've got a feeling it's about 5 o'clock UK time. It's going to be about lunch. It's about lunch. Oh, here we go. Stand and Deliver at 1 p.m. So I think that means the kickoff show's at 12. So 5 o'clock UK time, 6 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock for the kickoff show Eastern, 1 o'clock for the main show. Boom. That was good. That was good timing. Curse said Bad Bunny would destroy Logan Paul if that ever happened. Will Smith and Chris Rock should have a match at Mania. Bray is going to face Seth because he was teasing his return for this week on Twitter. Dom should turn heel and start acting like a juvenile. Did you hear about Bray? This Bray thing's horrible, isn't it? So Bray has said that he's, coming to Dallas, but of course he's not specified as to why. But he's coming to Dallas to be a part of the Comic-Con thing that he's been signed up for a long time. So, have I heard about Bray coming to Dallas? Yes. He's coming to Dallas for that reason. I do not expect him to be at WrestleMania at all. If he is, I will be shocked. I will be genuinely surprised. I wouldn't have called it. I will be genuinely shocked. I'm not expecting it at all. I'm 99.999% certain he will not be at WrestleMania. And I won't go 100%, but 99.999. But it shows, doesn't it? It works, doesn't it? Bray Wyatt sent a message out on Instagram saying that he's going to be in Dallas, and now he's got people like Fiend fans all excited. Don't you think it's a bit cruel, though? Don't you think it's a bit cruel? Because surely those fans of his that haven't seen him for, so long are now, surely they're just going to be disappointed. I don't get it. Teasing something and getting, people worked up. I mean, I suppose it's just to get yourself trending. But isn't that a bit cruel when you think about it? Guys, you didn't see me in a long time, and I'm going to be in Dallas. And then everyone gets excited, and he's not there. Well, he is, but he's at a Comic-Con thing. Don't know. Got to get them clicks, though, ain't you? Social media. Got to get them likes. Got to get trending. Crossbody by Ricochet takes down Angel and Humberto. Ricochet ducks underneath. Down goes Humberto. Into the corner goes Ricochet. Kicks out at Angel. Drop kick by Ricochet. Duck underneath. Takes the legs away. Standing. Moonsault lands. 1, 2. Oh. Angel Garza makes the save. I wish this wasn't like these two. This would be an amazing... I mean, it's all right. But it would be an amazing match if it was 3 solo guys. The dynamic of having the tag team in there, I'm not crazy about. Right, we're just seeing a shot of the crowd. I know people don't really like these guys, but this is a great match, says Darcy. This match just became interestingly typical. Ricochet on the outside. Going up top. Angel grabbing a hold of Ricochet's leg. Big strike. Angel going over. Kick by Ricochet. Angel goes down. So we've got Ricochet over in the corner. Angel is down. We've got Humberto on the outside. What's Ricochet thinking of doing? Humberto's popped up. Humberto pops up. He strikes Ricochet. Strikes coming in by Humberto. He's looking for a big superplex. He's looking for it. Another big strike by Ricochet. It's quite a long match, isn't it? Ricochet is up top. He's in position. 6:30. Wow. He just planted Humberto. Absolutely spiked him. Ricochet retains. Damn, what did he just do with Humberto? He just kind of grabbed him into like a DDT, but it was more like a brainbuster. Damn. There's 14 places named Dallas in the US. Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it? Logan said, what night is Seth's match on? Night 1, I believe. Just seeing the 6:30. Oof. Saturday is Seth's match. That sell of the recoil was insane. Is that what it's called? The recoil? Okay, so Ricochet has won. He's got the job done. I don't know what we're going to next. Austin, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? We are going to be seeing tomorrow Austin 316, Stone Cold in action. And WrestleMania Stunner up next on Fox. So I think we've maybe got a video package coming up next as we look at the Stone Cold Kevin Owens feud. It's not much of a feud, is it? That 6:30 is crazy. I'd break my neck in 4 places, says James. Lawn darted him into the canvas. Are you going to be reacting to the Hall of Fame? Yeah. Yep, we're doing Hall of Fame straight after SmackDown tonight. Give me a hell yeah! I hope Stone Cold Owens comes out, says channel name. What? I don't know if this is a segment or if it's just going to be a video package. I'm not sure. I'm thinking video package, to be honest. Legend Killer, shout out to you. British Soundboard Prank said that 6:30 was very well executed. Stone Cold will open up a can of whoop ass on that SOB Kevin Owens, and that's the bottom line. The stage and ramp are elevated. I guess that's where the Hall of Fame microphones will be. Maybe. I think it's a good group for this year's Hall of Fame. What channel is the Hall of Fame on? Believe it's going to be on the WWE Network on Peacock. So I think that's where you'll get to see it. I don't think it's anywhere else. Do you think WWE writers are rubbish? Yes and no. I think that they hire the wrong people. I think they're good at what they do, but what they do isn't pro wrestling. They tend to hire TV show writers rather than like people that know wrestling and know what wrestling fans actually want. Although saying that, this is sports entertainment, I have to keep reminding myself. So I think they could hire better people, to be honest. But not only that, I think, you know, you could write out an amazing show and then give it to Vince, and it's going to change, innit? Vince will always change this and that, and you've got to go with the flow. Plus, you've got people that are picking up injuries, people that are getting sick, people that were meant to be there and haven't turned up for whatever reason. Maybe, you know, their flight got delayed. Who knows? Like the kind of craziness that happens behind the scenes that we're not aware of. So, you know, all of that can result in a show, you know, being the way it is. So there's lots of factors. So many moving parts. I mean, look at, like, Tony Storm. Tony Storm walked out. So they would have had to have reacted to that, wouldn't they? You know, Tony Storm just not even appearing. So, yeah, there's lots of reasons as to why shows get booked the way they are. I do still think they could do a better job, though. And we kind of go through and talk about it every Raw or every SmackDown, every single show. But I think it starts with hiring the right people. Hiring wrestling fans. Imagine if you had, like, wrestling fans that were actually doing the writing. Got to think that would be a good starting point. We're just having a look at AT&T Stadium. Great stadium. Amazing stadium. We've been at this stadium before. So, very, very impressive. AT&T Stadium. Right, I think it's going to be, video package. Zachary, shout out to you. Do you think Braun will return to WWE? I don't think so. I think that when they let him go, you know, because they had done everything they could do with him, really. Apparently, they didn't want too many monsters as well. Like, they want to really work on getting a Moss over. So, they felt like they'd done everything they could do with Strowman. They wanted to, like, start focusing on a Moss. I think that's a bit of a mistake, personally. But, yeah, I don't know why they would look to bring him back now. They've got other big guys that are, like, coming through. Maybe no one quite the size of Braun, but Von Wagner's quite a big guy, in all fairness, down in NXT. Gunter, he always struck me as quite big. I don't know. I don't think he compares. Like, I don't think he's as tall as what Braun was, but yeah, they've got a Moss now, haven't they? So, and they could always do something better with Commander Aziz. Like, Commander Aziz doesn't have to be Commander Aziz. We could do something with Commander Aziz. If Shane doesn't appear tomorrow, and after that induces Cody, I will be disappointed. Imagines people faces. It's SmackDown on tonight. It's on right now, yeah. It's on right now. We've got a video package at the moment for Stone Cold and Kevin Owens. What? Stone Cold. He's not on the show. It's just a video package. What? Haaland. Yeah, Haaland. Duke Hudson. Yeah. Good points. Do you think there's any chance of a CGI Undertaker tomorrow to commemorate Undertaker's Hall of Fame? I mean, they'll do something for Undertaker. He's going to be there. We don't need a CGI Undertaker. I think he'll be there. And he might come out as Deadman as well. Because even though that character retired, he's going into the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know quite what... Do we see Mark Calloway? There will be a Hall of Fame segment at WrestleMania. So who walks out? Is it going to be Mark Calloway? Is it going to be Deadman? Is it going to be American Badass? Like, who actually walks out during the Hall of Fame segment? I think it's going to be Deadman. I think it's going to be a WrestleMania moment. And I'd imagine they'll use some CGI stuff to, like, make it look really cool. But I can't imagine Mark Calloway just walking out and waving. Do you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really make much sense, does it? The Undertaker character was always protected and was always like about kayfabe and everything. This is like really one of the final things this character's going to do, and that is go into the Hall of Fame. Gotta think he's going to come out as Deadman. I'm expecting Deadman. So we'll see. Right, video package done. What's your best and worst Mania moment? Best Mania moment. That's hard. I absolutely love the Ronda Rock moment from WrestleMania 31. I absolutely love that. I thought that was just done to perfection. It's where Triple H is in the ring and The Rock comes down and they tell The Rock to get out the ring. Triple H and Steph do. And The Rock gets out the ring and then he just thinks to himself for a second. He's like, hang on. And he goes over to the crowd. And the way they do it is brilliant because The Rock standing outside the ring has just been disrespected. And he's just kind of like he's looking up. You got Triple H and Steph and he's on the outside and he just turns and the camera just pans. And as the camera pans, Ronda Rousey with the moodiest face you've ever seen. Like, she's like, ready to get in the ring. Like, she's ready. And Rock just puts his hand out. She accepts it. And you've got to remember that Ronda at this point is flipping one of the biggest people in the world. She's absolutely huge. She would obviously go on to get defeated and leave UFC and, you know, join WWE. But, man, you still can't take away from that WrestleMania 31 moment. It's so good. The biggest moment's got to be Hogan Andre, though. When he slams him, you know. And when he beats him. But there's been loads of great moments. Loads and loads. I don't know what match is next. It's something to do with Sasha and Naomi. So we've got Sasha and Naomi. Worst moment might be having to watch Bret Hart and Vince and that match just being awful. It might be Booker T not beating Triple H. Was it WrestleMania 19? Might be Sting losing to Triple H at WrestleMania 31. Could be a few things. Why didn't Seth just ask Sasha for a WrestleMania match? She's the boss. What would you rate 31 out of 10? Probably about... do you know what? I genuinely don't know. I'd have to re-watch it. Off the top of my head, I would say at 8 something. It's a really good WrestleMania. I mean, Seth against Randy Orton is a really good match. We finally get to see Sting in a WWE ring. That's amazing. It's got that Rock Ronda moment that I was just talking about. That's amazing. You've got the Seth cash-in moment at the end of the night during Roman Brock. That's amazing. Undertaker Bray was... I wanted Bray to win it, to be honest. I wanted Bray to win that match. I thought Bray had to do all the work in the build for that as well. And he was calling himself the new face of fear. And Undertaker had lost the year before. It felt like the time to pass the torch, to be honest. So Undertaker winning that, I was a bit disappointed with it. So I'd say that was a bit of a bummer. Didn't we get, like, Rusev come out in a tank against Cena? That was amazing. So, yeah, it was a really, really good WrestleMania. I think 30 is probably better for me. I think 30 is better. The streak, the whole Yeselmania. I mean, Yeselmania was massive. So, I think 30 edges 31, but 31 is still very good. 32 is rubbish. 33's okay. 34's okay. 35's way too long. 36 is just lols because it's inside the flipping warehouse with no crowd. 37 was just so-so, really. I think I gave one night 7 out of 10, the other night 7.25. So there was some good stuff on it, but there was some rubbish as well. So yeah, that was so-so last year. It was nice to have a crowd, but I remember being like, oh man, it's great to have a crowd. That was a big positive. Set was a big positive, but some of the matches just never really got going. They were just there. But Sasha and Bianca was great last year. The Roman main event was good as well. But yeah, there was a lot of matches that kind of were just so-so. So, high hopes for this year. I mean, you know, if we get the Cody moment, that's going to be amazing. Whatever happens with Kevin and Stone Cold, that's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to Charlotte Ronda. I'm looking forward to Becky Bianca. I'm obviously looking forward to Roman Brock. So, there's definitely things that I'm looking forward to on over the next couple of days. It's going to be big. It's going to be stupendous. Yeah, I don't know what this match is. We've got, we're about 50 minutes into this SmackDown. We've had Madcap Moss win Andre Battle Royal. We've had... Okay. So they're just advertising the women's tag championship match. Okay, so we've got all the women in the ring right now that are going to be in that women's tag match. A lot of them are just in, non-wrestling attire. So, I don't know what match it is that we're getting. I feel like Sasha Banks can wrestle now. She seems to be in wrestling gear. As does Carmella. So, is it just going to be Sasha Carmella? It's Sasha and Naomi against Zelina and Carmella. There we go. So, Sasha and Naomi versus Zelina and Carmella. Boom. What are the chances Cody comes out as Stardust? I would think very slim. Very, very slim. Did you see my comment about Bad Bunny being Seth's opponent? No. Days, we had a variety of animal characters in wrestling. How come we don't get an elephant or a zebra? Don't know. You'll have to write a letter to Vince McMahon and ask him. I read that one. This is a no DQ match. I hope that helps. 19 is the most underrated, said Wrestle with Andy. It's very good, 19, yeah. Very, very good. We did a watch-along for that not too long ago. I probably look now, and it's probably been about 12 months or something, but it still feels quite fresh in the mind. And it was great to go back and revisit it. Isn't the Undertaker match is disappointing? That's the downside of that. But other than that, it's a pretty solid card. You've got, isn't it Hogan and Vince and Brock and Kurt? Yeah, there's a few interesting matchups. Does Carmella have a rash? Oh, wait, that's her mask. Yeah, Carmella fully masked up. Who do you think will win out, Becky or Bianca? I'm going Bianca. I think she's going to get revenge for SummerSlam. Mike said 19 is one of my top 5 favorite WrestleManias. I'm Carl said, I think that outfit is from Sailor Moon. It is. LSW said 19, 22, 31 are probably the most underrated. Daniel said the first WrestleMania I saw was 30, and that was on Sky Sports box office. Brilliant, brilliant WrestleMania. Naomi hasn't been a heel since 2015. Her and Sasha might become heels, says Channel Name. Brian Cage is Tully's new agent on Ring of Honor Supercards. Bonkers, shout out to you. Have you ever had a Royal Rumble match at WrestleMania? No. We've had Battle Royals, but not Royal Rumbles. I think, am I right in saying that we've only ever had Royal Rumbles at Royal Rumble, with the exception of the Greatest Royal Rumble, and actually, now I'm thinking about it, they have done some mini ones on like Raw that have been like eight people and stuff like that, but actual proper Royal Rumbles, like 30 odd people, I think they've only ever done them at the Royal Rumble. Even the Greatest Royal Rumble was not 30, that was 50, wasn't it? There was a wrestler that was named Elephant Boy, says Zoom Station. I think Becky's winning because she's going to get payback for Bianca cutting her hair, says Nailene. Brock has got to win, or they'd better bring out The Rock, said Joseph. What's been your favourite Mania since WrestleMania 30? Probably 31. If I had to pick one that was the best since 30, I would say it was 31. Seeing Ronda going through her wrestling with Shayna Baszler. Just got Undertaker now. Witness the Undertaker going into the Hall of Fame. That's coming up straight after SmackDown. Hashtag thank you, Taker, live tonight, immediately following WrestleMania SmackDown. Bianca was boring as champ, said Gary. Becky holds titles for too long and Charlotte holds too many championships, says Evil Twin. John said, what if Cena is Seth's opponent tomorrow? I will be surprised. Zoom Station said, I've got my Ultimate Undertaker and Kane figures today. Did you like WrestleMania 23? Yeah, the 21s were quite good. 23 was good. 22 was good as well. I must admit, though, I wasn't crazy about the billionaire versus billionaire. That didn't really do it for me. But, like, yeah, those early ones were good. 24 was good as well. 25 obviously got Shawn and Undertaker. But I think the later 21s aren't as great. So I think like 28, 29, I seem to remember the big selling points of those were The Rock and Cena, but the rest of the card was a bit underwhelming. 27, the whole Miz. No one really ever talks about 27 or goes back to 27. But yeah, I suppose you did have Triple H and Undertaker, but I can't really remember much else from those cards that stand out as being like quality. But those early 21s, like 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, I think they're all quite solid. 25 is great for Undertaker Shawn. I can't remember like the rest of the show being that great though. Same with 26 and 27 and 28. So I kind of feel like at 25 it starts to shift a bit, but 30's great, 31's great, 32 was awful. Awful might be a bit harsh. I didn't really rate it. Let's see what happens with 38. I'm hoping it's going to be a classic, of course. Are you staying for Hall of Fame? Yeah, staying for Hall of Fame. I think SmackDown had a 40-man Royal Rumble on SmackDown between 2010 and 2012 for bragging rights when Teddy Long was GM. Can't remember it, so if there was one, then that's passed me by. Cody Rhodes is Seth's opponent. Believe so, yes. What do you think the chances are that Brock Lesnar and Drew feud again? 50-50. I mean, it depends how obviously WrestleMania is going to go. I feel like if Brock's going to be champion, then Drew would make a logical opponent. But with them both being faces at the moment, it would seem a bit weird to go that way. So 50-50. We'll have to see how it all plays out this weekend. Right, what we got now? Do you think we'll see one more rated RKO match? Don't think so. Don't think it's going to go that way. I don't know how much longer we're going to have RK Bro around, but I wouldn't get your hopes up for rated RKO. I mean, Edge has gone to a very dark place, hasn't he? I mean, maybe Randy could join him, but Kayla Braxton is backstage with Ronda. Okay, so we are just hearing from Ronda. I'm going to relax. Charlotte. You can either tap out tomorrow or I'm going to rip your arm off, says Ronda. So, Ronda and Shayna just going through the motions. I didn't know that Pitbull still made music, says Shola. Okay. Next, we've got a little video package about Charlotte. Okay, so Charlotte video package. This is, don't forget, guys, this is a go home. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's going to be whatever it's going to be tonight. Mike said, do you think Bray returns this weekend? No. Zach says, what do you think are the chances that Drew and Brock will feud again? I've answered that. Do you think Corbin and Moss will go their separate ways after Mania? They seem to be teasing it just. So I would be leaning towards yes. Jim Ross should be at the Hall of Fame for The Undertaker, says John. My favourite Undertaker match is Shane Taker, Hell in a Cell. Thoughts? I don't have any thoughts. My favourite is Undertaker, Sean. Darwin said the WrestleMania 25 was my favourite of all time behind 22 and 28, says Darwin. Ronda rips Charlotte's arm off and knocks her out with her own arm. It's going to be scenes in it. It's going to be absolute scenes. Right, so we've got Ronda and we've got Charlotte just building up towards WrestleMania. We're seeing the video package at the moment. An epic WrestleMania would have been Roddy Piper against Ultimate Warrior. That would have been good. That would have been good. Where's the suit? I'm disappointed, but the shirt is okay. Yeah, I felt this was more appropriate, showing respect to the dead man. Feel like that's more appropriate. Arn said, do you think we see a stable of Strowman, EC3, and Cross in WWE? No. This is a 0 out of 10 SmackDown for me, says Tim. Favourite Undertaker match would be Triple H Taker at 28, says SM. Yeah, that was brilliant. Now, we was talking about that match the other day because that's got, I think, the best kick out ever in it. When Shawn hits that super kick and Undertaker goes down. And then, well, he doesn't go down, does he? I think Triple H hits a pedigree straight after. So, yeah, it's a brilliant moment. Sting versus Bret Hart 94 would have been a great Mania match, says Master Chief. Do you think Cody will be a WWE Hall of Famer in the future? I don't think he's done enough yet to get that honor. But depending on how this run goes, I will say yes. Because I think he's negotiated for... I think this contract will be for a lot of money. I think he will have wanted some assurances, some guarantees on certain things. And one of those is going to be that he gets the title and he's booked really well. You know, he's going to have made it clear he doesn't want to go, you know, be Stardust and go back to, like, the mid-card. He wants to be a main event talent. And honestly, he's going to be getting paid main event money, I would imagine. So, I think he could have some runs with the WWE Championship at some point and be in main events. And I think that's going to massively help him one day going into a Hall of Fame. So, yeah, I don't know that he's done enough. Unless they put him in because of what he's done with AEW. They would never say that, of course. But they could put him in for services to wrestling, kind of a thing. I mean, like, they put in Jushin Thunder Liger, and he's barely wrestled for WWE. You know, it's more for what he's done outside of WWE. They put Jushin Liger in. So, you could put Cody in for what he did with helping to set up AEW. But I have to think it's probably unlikely. Here is Charlotte. Charlotte is actually here making her way out. This Charlotte Ronda package is hyping up the feud more than their promos. I only want halftime score song. Wow, there's no break. We'll do them at the next commercial break. Here's Charlotte. Charlotte said that video package was epic. Over here, it is snowing. Rose said, my son is there. Oh, brilliant. Well, it's an exciting place to be. So, Charlotte says she's going to destroy Ronda. Charlotte says, I love you guys too. They what her. Look. She's so good. Charlotte is so good. The crowd what Charlotte, and Charlotte says, I love you guys too. Woo! And she woos back at him. Look at her working the stage, man. Working the mic. Every woman wanting to be me and every man wanting me. I'd take a selfie with Charlotte, definitely. Ryback is live on TikTok. Brilliant. Excited. Undertaker versus Jeff Hardy ladder match 2002 was awesome, says John. What the hell is she wearing? I'm gonna say fashion. Those sleeves are crazy. They are crazy. She looks great, though. She always looks good. I hope Charlotte beats Ronda Rousey to a pulp. Ronda Rousey? She's a natural, says Shola. Days love Charlotte. I do love Charlotte. I just got a lot of respect for Charlotte. I think that she's brilliant in ring. I think she's brilliant on the mic. Has she had the women's title too many times? Yeah, sure. But can't really hold that against her. If Vince was to offer you the title so many times, you wouldn't turn it down, would you? Here's Corbin. Corbin's got McIntyre's sword. Right, we've got about 50-odd minutes to go. After watching the Charlotte interview, I think I'm going to be a big supporter of her. She was great and honest and open to the fact needed to and can improve, and it felt authentic, said Dortnight. I don't give a damn about my reputation, said End of Days. Ronda Rousey is going to destroy Charlotte, mark my words. Do you think Drew should bring back Broken Dreams at WrestleMania? I think Drew should flipping change everything he's doing at the moment, yes. Ryback is literally a psychopath, says Lance. Days is a Charlotte stan. I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't know if I'm Charlotte stan. I don't have stan accounts and all this. I might be an Asuka stan. But, I don't know, she gets bad press, man, and I don't agree with it. I think she's great. Right, halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Let me know it's the halftime scores. I want to know what you think. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy it's the halftime scores? I want to know what you think. I need to get that recorded. I'd love to just be able to play it rather than have to just keep singing it. That way I can just be like, and then it does it. But halftime scores, get them in. David with a 6.5. Shaquem with a 6. Logan with a 6. Top tier with a 3.21. David with a -5. LD Cool with a 7. Harley said, I'm literally fighting to stay awake, and I don't even think it's worth it. Derek said 7.1. Lone Star Friend said 5. British Soundboard Prank said 5.5. Channel Name says 7. Anna Healdor says 5.75. Trade Gaming with a 4. 10 out of 10 from Chris. We've got mid out of 10. 6 out of 10. Look at all these. Look at these amazing scores firing in. Rubbish out of 5, says Lance. 6.56. Do you know what's weird? Can we just say, look at these scores right now. Look at them. Look at them. 6, 8, 6, 10, 6, 9, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 4, 5, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6, 6, 6, 4.5, 5, 7, right? Look at these scores. 6.5, 2.1, 9, 7, right? 6, 8, 5, 4.1, 6, 6. Right? The reason I'm saying that is because when we do a poll, 8 to 10 will win. And I don't know how. I don't know how it keeps winning. At this point, I think everyone's just either we've got a lot of silent WWE stands, right? That just literally it's going to be 8 to 10 whatever we get. Or people are just trolling now. Because the halftime scores and even the full-time scores don't seem to reflect when we actually do the poll at the end. So it always is a surprise. Well, it's not a surprise, but it should be a surprise. 8 to 10 always does so well. I agree with you guys. I mean, look, I think this is around about a 5, something like that. I mean, I don't really think there's been anything here. I think Madcap winning is a bit strange. I think the Ricochet match was quite good in places, but then really other than that, it's not been much, has there, in an hour and 15 minutes. So, yeah, I'd agree. This is, you know, very video package heavy. But, it's a go-home. And that's honestly, you know as well as I do what go-homes are like. It's a go-home. It was always going to be video package heavy. So, I don't really count against them. Oh my God, another video package. Yeah, it is. No wrestling show has been good for 8 to 10 recently, says 1987 big fan. Another video package. It was always going to be this way, guys. Guys, come on, guys. It was always going to be this way, guys. So, yeah, another video package. This time for Roman and Brock. 45 minutes, and then we go over to the Hall of Fame. So, we'll have to change all the background and everything. We're not going to do a separate stream. We're just going to carry on. I know going into SmackDown, it would be vignette heavy. Days, have you got TikTok? No. I do need to get one. I should start one, actually. Not because there's like any crazy content I'm going to put on there, but I have been making a few more shorts, and they can just go on there, can't they? I think they can go on there. So, yeah, I could have got like maybe my WrestleMania predictions on there, and I certainly could have got the Euroshop code on there as well. That would have been good. Can I get on Euroshop tonight with the 10%? You can save 10% on Euroshop with the Days WM code. No catches, no minimum spends, and works on promotional items as well, which is really good. I've been getting people sending me pictures of stuff they've been buying using the code throughout the day, which has been good. I've also had a few people saying how expensive it is to get stuff shipped over to like France and all that kind of stuff. It seems like it's quite expensive. To like get bits shipped to different countries. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just certain countries. I genuinely don't know. It's the same problem as last year. 5 straight nights of either WWE or NXT wrestling, and the NXT thing tomorrow during the day. It's more wrestling than hardcore fans want, says John. What's the most meaningful thing that Euroshop has ever sent you? Oh, that's a very good. That's very good. It might be the Razor Ramon belt. They sent me the Razor Ramon belt, and I mean, obviously that means a lot now because of Razor passing. But I think anything from that kind of late 80s, early 90s hits harder to me because I think you always have a soft spot for when you first get into wrestling. So I got into it obviously when I was young, and I mean everything's just magical when you're young, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? When you're young, you don't really worry about how good the matches are. It doesn't matter if matches are all like 1 star. It doesn't matter. It's about seeing the superstars just competing and wanting your favorites to win. I think as you get older, it's maybe not so much about that. It's more about like the match quality and about how good the matches are and the surprises and, you know, things like that. So anything from late 80s, early 90s always has a bit of a nostalgia feel to it for me. So, yeah, that Razor bout was really cool. What do you make of Bray's Instagram posts? I think that it is doing what it's meant to do, which is getting people talking. I don't expect him to be at WrestleMania at all. I think that he's coming into Dallas because he's in a Comic-Con thing. And I said earlier, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that it is bad of him, right? But it's got people worked up that are just ultimately going to get disappointed. So is that a good thing? I don't know. People might be like, it's harmless. He hasn't actually said anything. But I just think there's a lot of people now that are going to be expecting him at WrestleMania that are going to be disappointed. If anything, he's doing WWE a good favor, isn't he? Because there might be some Fiend fans, Bray fans, that might not have tuned into WrestleMania, that might tune in now, expecting to see him or hoping to see him. So he's actually done, you know, something for positive for WWE. Jilly said, I'm not going to watch Hall of Fame, but I'm on here to support the stream. If I don't have to deal with Peacock, the better. It's slow, it's clumsy, and a lot of time it's unresponsive. We've got Vince on screen. It's always good to see Vince in it. Hall of Fame is going to begin straight after SmackDown. Right, we've got Nakamura and we've got Boogs. Vince, lol. I'm going to watch the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I'm watching the Hall of Fame. Right, is it going to be the Usos against Nakamura and Boogs? Looks like it. Nakamura and Boogs. He posted on IG, he's not going to spoil the surprise. Didn't he say he doesn't like spoiling surprises? I mean, he could have another film lined up. He could have an announcement lined up whereby he's going to do another Comic-Con, or he's going to start a Twitch channel, or it could be anything, couldn't it? Could be a whole plethora of things. But I really, really would not be expecting him at WrestleMania. I think if you are, I think you're just disappointing yourself. My childhood hero is the Brooklyn Brawler, said Fat Cheeks. That is the fastest Vince has moved in a while. Larry said Days Paul Bearer's son should dress and look like his father to induct Taker. Will Glenn Jacobs be there? Yeah. Glenn Jacobs is there because they unveiled the Undertaker statue the other day, and I saw Glenn Jacobs was a part of that along with Shawn Michaels. So, yeah, he is there. Surprise, surprise, Wyndham's pregnant. Oh my God, he's going to have little fiendits. Little fiendits are going to be coming out. That is going to be a big announcement. That is going to be a big announcement. The Fiend is pregnant. Wyatt might turn up at Ring of Honor tonight, says Dortnight. Is that unrealistic? I don't know that it's unrealistic. I'd say it's more likely than him being at WrestleMania, but to be honest, the vibe that he was giving off with that post was that he's quite happy. Like, he's happy right now. He seems to be happy. I don't know if you read all of his, because he did a little Q&A as well where he actually spoke to a few fans, and he seemed happy. So he was saying like he does miss wrestling and whatever, but he's taken some time out to kind of find his happiness again and find himself again, and work on something. You see, wrestling, he said something that I thought was very interesting, actually. He said that wrestling is so quick and to the point. It's so instantaneous. It's so here and now. I mean, if you think about WWE, it's live, innit? So you go out there and you do it. I mean, I can relate to that because everything I'm doing is here and now. Like, I don't obviously plan any of the conversations we have. We just roll with the punches. So I can kind of really appreciate that. What he's saying is that he's come from an art form and doing something that's very instantaneous, which is very much like these watch-alongs. And I think he's really enjoying doing something that is that's planned more. Now, I know that he planned the Firefly Funhouse at the start, but that was rare. He wasn't able to get back to that level of planning because it took him months and months and months to actually do those first fun houses. You don't get that kind of time when you're actually up and running. You know, when you've actually debuted and you're in the machine and you're, building to matches, those fun houses started to just become promos, really. It was just a backdrop for a promo. And, there'd still be the odd little thing that gets put in. We might get like a Devil Vince puppet or a Wobbly Walrus or something. But nothing was on the scale of those first fun houses because they were so planned. And he's saying now that he's really enjoying, like, what he's doing now and the planning that he's doing now and being a part of like a film whereby it's not as instantaneous. So, I don't know, I listen to that and I think like, well, maybe that's pointing towards him wanting to do more with film than it is him wanting to do more with wrestling at the moment. Maybe there's other things that he wants to explore. Maybe there's other avenues. I mean, could they come up with a TV show? I don't know. But if he was going to do any of that stuff, now would be the time for him to do it whilst he's not actually signed with anyone. So, Daydreamer Pictures said, if Bray was to show, where would be the best spots? He's not gonna. I'm just not expecting him at all. It's hard to say where the best spot would be because I just don't see him coming out. Where would be the best spot? I have no idea. I mean, I'm trying to think if there was like any feuds that he still needed to have. If there was anyone, because the best spot would be someone that that had wronged him in the past, that he still needed to get revenge against. That would be the best spot. You wouldn't bring him back and put him straight in with like Brock or Roman. So he wouldn't be coming back there. I wouldn't be bringing him back straight after Cody's come out because Cody coming back needs to breathe. That moment needs to be a big moment. So I think if Cody is going to be the big talking point of night one and maybe like a bit of Stone Cold, maybe the title changes, whatever. If you was going to bring him back, it'd have to be on night 2. And if it was on night 2, then you'd have to have a look and see if there was anyone that had wronged him. And then that would point to it being the direction to go, basically. So, yeah, I would look at that. I would have a look and see, is there anyone that he needs revenge against? On night 2, Cody's going to be the headline of night 1. And do it that way. British Soundboard Prank, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Very, very kind. Said a small token for helping us get through these WWE shows each week. No, I really appreciate it, dude. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the support. Appreciate people joining us. Otherwise it would literally just be me sat here on my own. So I appreciate it. So shout out to you, British Soundboard Pranks. I would have The Fiend attack Roman right at the end of WrestleMania. He didn't beat Roman, so he might show up after Roman wins the title. Right, okay, well, listen, first of all, he ain't going to be there, right? He ain't going to be at WrestleMania. 99.9% certain of that. And second of all, Vince had creative differences with Bray. If he brings him back, he ain't bringing him back to go after Roman and go after a title. He wasn't even booked to be going after the title when he was the Fiend the first time around. So why would they now have him go after the belt? I think we're starting to get too far down this road. I think people are starting to get, like, a little bit carried away with this. And you know what? It's worked, innit? It's exactly what he wanted to do, and he's done it. Why do they cut at good parts? Well, they don't. They actually manufacture good parts so they can cut. It's they don't cut away as the action's getting good. They create action to get good just before they cut away. It's a way of getting you to come back after the ad break. Gavin said, "Are you excited? Veer is supposed to be on Raw after WrestleMania." Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Veer. We have seen him before, though. So Veer is someone, he's not like brand spanking new. We've never seen him before. He is someone that we've seen before. You can even watch him on main events. And, he's been on shows in recent weeks. He just hasn't debuted or re-debuted or returned on Raw. But yeah, I think we've got a good idea of what we're going to get. It's just how is he going to be booked? So, I want him to come out. I want to see the crowd's reaction. Want to see him squash someone. And hopefully they're going to treat him like a big deal. I mean, they've massively treated his arrival as a big deal. So I hope that's not it now. I hope after all that time, like, he doesn't just come out and we just forget about him. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Veer. That's definitely something that's going to be a big talking point. Edward said, would you say Roman and Brock are on steroids? I would say Brock is far too big to not be on steroids. I don't think so, because they are regularly drug tested. Steroids, Vince has been massively burnt with steroids. And honestly, in this day and age, I don't know, is it a bit different now? Would you get away with it now? I mean, I don't know. I don't think he would run the risk. I mean, Vince almost got put in prison and everything almost fell apart because of the steroid trial in the early 90s. I got to think if you've gone through that, you've been burnt by it to the point where I would imagine you just stay away from it forever. In fact, the first thing he said when he saw John Cena was, get that roided guy away from me, that roided up guy away from me. And then they had to tell him that Cena's all natural. He's legit. That's what his physique actually looks like. And they drug tested him and he was clean. So if he was saying that 20 odd years ago, it shows that, it was still playing on his mind. So I think they're clean. Right, this match is carrying on. But I think Austin Theory has been added to it now. Who else has been added? Finn Balor has been added as well. Right, Finn. So we've got Theory and the Usos versus Nakamura and Boogs. Let's put that down there. Boom. We're back from commercial break. Amos was signing at WrestleMania Access. If Roman loses, I riot. Acknowledge your tribal chief, says Evil Twin. Lance said, I don't understand this. What don't you understand, buds? What don't you understand? We've got a match. Theory's been getting involved. I don't know where Finn Balor came from. I think he just came running down. But either way, this has now turned into a six-man tag match. And It's just a way to build a couple of the matches we're getting at WrestleMania. Do you think CM Punk wants the Ring of Honor world title? That's the world title he was talking about. I don't know. I mean, I'd imagine he'd probably be interested in having a little return there and having a little run there. He's got such a history with it. So I would think that he would probably be up for a little run in Ring of Honor. Bray and the family in Ring of Honor called We the Family. I'm hoping for Priest against Demon Balor, says SM. Matt said, question, where are all the wrestlers going to sit tonight during the Hall of Fame? Don't know that they will, to be honest, buds. I'm trying to think of what we did last time, and I don't think the wrestlers were out there last year. I'm trying to think back to how it was done last year. And I can't remember seeing loads of wrestlers. I remember how they did it was we saw wrestlers being interviewed backstage as if they were approaching, like, coming to a red carpet event. So we actually got to see wrestlers backstage being interviewed, dressed in their finery, but I don't remember seeing them sat together in a crowd. So maybe we do something different this time. Maybe they take the ring away and we put some chairs. I mean, I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to do that. Like, take a ring down, or put chairs around the ring area. Or chances are they probably just won't bother, and we just won't have wrestlers out there. Moldy said, Days, do attractive women fart? I can't picture it. I'm not an attractive woman, so I can't answer that, to be honest, buds. I can't say. If there are any attractive women in the community, first of all, call me. Actually, don't bother. And second of all, I'm too busy. Second of all, can you answer Moldy, please? Thank you. WWE has one last chance to make this right and give Finn Balor a match. Think about it. The Demon versus Damien. Funko said it's not live, it's recorded. There is a rumor that The Rock will show up, says free band Ajani. Go check out Briscoe FTR if you can. Right, we are waiting for this match to end. In the corner goes Balor. I have to have the sound turned down for copyright reasons, but just looking at the reaction of the crowd, it seems quite flat. Does making the Seth Rollins match on Saturday make you think it won't be Cody? No. I've been trying to contradict myself on that happening. No. Why would it matter if it was Saturday or Sunday? Commercial break. We are at commercial break. This is life, says L. Evil Twin said, all the attractive women call the bro wrestling days. Hit the DMs. Hit the DMs. SmackDown is live. It says on screen. SmackDown's live. I think people were just questioning if Hall of Fame was live. How come you're not watching Supercard of Honor? Because I'm not interested in it, to be honest. I'm not interested in, like, the Ring of Honor. It's like AEW's NXT, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure that's going to be a good show, but honestly, I mean, the amount of people that join us for AEW, it kind of feels like they need to focus on building AEW. It's just part of them building AEW, so it's going to be their developmental. But I mean, like, AEW's not that much bigger than WWE's developmental anyway. So how popular is our Ring of Honor going to be? I've got to think Ring of Honor's going to, I mean, view-wise, it's going to be very, very low. I don't even know what their ratings were like before, and we weren't watching Ring of Honor before, so why would we be watching it now? I actually don't mind Ring of Honor, though. I have no shade of Ring of Honor. It's just never been on our radar, and because Tony Khan has bought it, that's not going to change anything. We always watch SmackDown. Of course, we're going to be watching the Hall of Fame, so that's the reason why. They're saying Seth is going to be a face. Who is your favourite superstar? Mine is the Bellas. Either Undertaker or Shawn, to be honest. Undertaker or Shawn. Just because WWE tells us something, it doesn't mean they're telling us the truth. Thoughts on Bobby back after bad injury? Who? Bobby Lashley? Bobby Lashley? Are we talking Bobby Lashley? I mean, if they're medically cleared, then fine, innit? I think Ring of Honor should take Dark's place. Maybe even Rampage becomes Ring of Honor Rampage. Give it something to build, Stars, says Master Chief. I mean, that could be interesting if it was more of a, like, second brand, but I think it's largely just going to be kept as it was, which is like King of the Indies. And that's fine, isn't it? As I said, no shade on Ring of Honor, but I ain't going to start watching it now because Tony Khan's bought it. We wasn't watching it before. So, nothing's changed. Looking forward to Scott Steiner with Mike at the Hall of Fame. It should be good, said Jonathan. How long is the Hall of Fame? It's going to be about an hour and a half, I think. I think it's meant to be about an hour and a half. I think it is. Tony Khan buying Ring of Honor may lead to it being different, but until he reveals his plans, all we're left with is speculation. Brandon said, I'm not ready for Undertaker's final send-off. I don't really feel that way about it, to be honest. I think I've already said goodbye to him. So I'm kind of, it's a celebration really more than a final goodbye. I think I've said the goodbye, so tonight's a celebration of his career. How is Ricochet not at WrestleMania, but all these celebs are, said Fortnite. Right, we've got kicks coming in by Nakamura. Nakamura in there with Austin Theory. 20 minutes left. Man, this has been a long match, hasn't it? This tag match into this six-man. If Tony did not buy it, no one would be watching it, says Shaquem. Connor, hello. Due West, hope you are well. This show has been a go home. Isn't going to stop doing Liverpool streams so he can watch Fulham just because Khan bought Fulham. How'd you feel about Toni Storm going to AEW? Yeah, cool. Pleased for her. I hope whatever she was struggling with, she's sorted. And, she's a great wrestler. She's a great addition to that roster. And I wish her all the best. I'm a bit different to a few people. A few people are saying, like, oh, I don't like these ex-WWE stars coming in. But I kind of feel like, well, a lot of them got fired. It's not their fault. And, like, are they meant to just now not work anywhere? And actually, a lot of them, you could argue, are better than some of the talent that are in AEW anyway. You know, no disrespect to your Marco Stunts and your Joey Janellas and your Sonny Kisses and whatnot. But I would definitely take a Danielson over that and Adam Cole and whatnot. So, I kind of feel like it's a win-win really for AEW. It's a win for AEW to improve their roster. It's a win for those superstars that wouldn't have anywhere else to work. So, you know, I think it's great for Tony Khan. It's great for AEW. It's all good. I need to stop saying, come on, Balor. It's bad luck, apparently. Mike said, Stone Cold retiring was the saddest thing for me, followed by Shawn Michaels, and The Undertaker retiring was sad as well, but not as much because it was overdue and expected. Kenzie said, how long is the Hall of Fame? I think it's an hour and a half. Blueberry Waterfall says, winner take all match to determine the undisputed Ring of Honor World Champion, Jonathan Gresham against Bandido. Who are you sad about that retired? Paige. Anyone that retired young and didn't get their career, I'm sad about. You know, someone like Undertaker, as you said, I mean, he went till the wheels fell off. I mean, if he was still competing, the matches would likely be awful. So, you kind of mourn the fact that you can't stay young forever, kind of a thing, you know. And the age has caught up with him, and it's time. It's time. I agree. It's sad because you're saying goodbye to a legend, but it's the right time. Fate Ross Fate said Briscoe's FTR was amazing, 5 stars. Michael Cole has got quite the bald spot, says Jim. Do you think Paige will ever be back? I really don't know. We've seen people come back from like injuries we didn't expect them to return from. So maybe she will. Maybe she's someone else that's kind of teased coming back and got everyone fired up, but it didn't get anywhere. Right, we've now got Happy Talk. Happy Talk coming up next. That was a great 35 minutes. Is that what that was? Jesus. 35 minutes. Exclusive Undertaker Hall of Fame merch. There we go. Did they do a 10-bell salute to Scott Hall? No. Michael Cole's bald spot is trending. The Hall of Fame is 3 hours long. I would be surprised if it was. It might have that set aside on the scheduling, but I've definitely read hour and a half somewhere. I'll be surprised if it's 3 hours. I'll be very, very surprised. I'm sad William Regal never world champion, and I'm sad some people forget how important the British Bulldog was. They need statues in the UK. What was that? UFC 273 is all over the place. Booked fights and cancelled fights. I don't look at it until the week of, to be honest, so I've no idea what's happening with UFC 273. Let me just have a quick look at that. Let's see where we are now. UFC 273. Right now, that has got a lot of fights on it still. As long as the top 3 fights are in place, then the rest can all fall apart, can't it? As long as we're still getting Volkanovski against Korean Zombie, Sterling against Jan, and Burns against Chimaev, I don't give a flip about anything else. I mean, there's some amazing stuff on there, but honestly, as long as those 3 still remain, then we'll be fine. So many good wrestlers released, and all these rubbish characters on TV each week, it doesn't make sense. I swear, if this is the main event, Matthew said, Days, it's 2 hours. Okay. I heard an hour and a half. If it's 2 hours, then it's 2 hours. Are you watching Hall of Fame? Yes. Are you excited for WrestleMania? Sure. Will next year's WrestleMania go back to one night? No. They're doing 2 nights going forwards. Wrestling with Andy said, I'm enjoying UFC a lot more with less frequent fights. It gives you something to look forward to. It's good, innit? Hall of Fame is only 2 hours. When are you planning to sleep? Oh, easy. I mean, as soon as the Hall of Fame's done, you know, I'll grab something to eat and I'll be going to bed, getting up and, you know, getting ready for NXT. And then I'll probably stay awake and we'll go into WrestleMania. And then straight after WrestleMania, get a little bit of sleep, get up, do the football, and then WrestleMania Day 2. The funny thing is, we always have big weekends anyway, because we always do Premier League and UFC. I mean, UFC on a Saturday is 6 hours long. I mean, like, the Sunday will be a bit different, but it's no different to really what we were doing last year when WWE pay-per-views were on a Sunday. So, honestly, this isn't a big deal for us. This is a normal weekend. So, yeah, it's fine. Undertaker is going to be inducted by Vince live tonight, immediately following SmackDown. Right, we've got Corbin and we've got Madcap. This show needs to end. What I might do is I might start just changing over for the Hall of Fame. I'm going to actually change over a few bits and bobs. So we've got Madcap, we've got Corbin, they've got the sword in ring. Didn't they steal the sword before? Someone's stolen the sword. They did. It got caught in the desk. They did steal the sword before. Baron Corbin said he won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal in 2016. Okay, so it's a weird little match to build towards as the kind of closer, isn't it? Okay, so now we're having a look at a video package as to how Corbin managed to get a hold of that sword. Whilst this is happening, I'm literally just starting to change things over, ready for the Hall of Fame. So I've changed over the thumbnail. I've changed over the... have I done the title? I might not have done the title. That would be a thing to miss. Hall of Fame. Bum, 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 bum. 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 There we go. Boom. Lovely. That's all changed over. Let's change this background. This is the worst gimmick. It's dull, innit? He says he retired Kurt Angle. And tomorrow is going to destroy Drew McIntyre. But considering Ring of Honor has got a lot of pure wrestling, I'm surprised Days doesn't watch it. Yeah, I don't hate Ring of Honor. But, God, imagine trying to fit in more wrestling into the schedule. I mean, we do Raw on a Monday. We do NXT on a Tuesday. We do AEW on a AEW on a Wednesday. We do SmackDown and Rampage on a Friday. We do UFC on a Saturday. Like, doesn't leave much like spare time. In fact, it doesn't leave any spare time. I need a Thursday just to get ready for UFC. So. Right, Hall of Fame. Good. Hall of Fame should be good. Happy is better than King, says channel name. Right, here comes Drew. We've got 8 minutes to go. Where's Brock and Roman? Why have we got no Brock and Roman? This show really needs Brock and Roman. This show really needs Brock and Roman. We've just watched a SmackDown without Brock and Roman. When is the Hall of Fame? It's coming on in 7 minutes' time. 7 minutes' time. Peacock, it's got Stone Cold and Kevin Owens on the thumbnail for night 1. Does that confirm the main events? I don't know. I heard that that's the main event of night 1. I'm not going to say that confirms it, no. WWE Network. Okay, Drew's come down and is trashing the set. I think Shane O'Mac will be at Mania. World Cup favourites. Probably Brazil or France. Brazil or France. WWE Network. Right, he's breaking the table. Corbin throws chair away. Dun, 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 dun. Right. That was dull. Table was already cut. They need to change SmackDown to SmackDown 2.0. Sword chopping the table again. Dort Knight, shout out to you, said, feel free to turn heel on me. I just want to show my appreciation for all the work you do. Don't underestimate how much your channels will help those who have tough lives. You're in the Creator Hall of Fame. That's very kind, dude. I really appreciate those words. I won't turn heel on you for that. It's very kind. Really appreciate it. Dort Knight's very supportive of the channel, as are so many of you. It's great to see so many people, like, again and again and again. You know, we're really blessed to have, like, a really strong, passionate community. And, it's not, you know, there's so many people that come back just for WrestleMania as well. So if you are one of those that's been away but just popping back to say hello, welcome back. Hello. And if you're someone like Dort Knight, that joins us pretty much every minute of every stream, then obviously, you know, that's massively appreciated as well. So, yeah, appreciate it, Dort Knight. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. Darcy, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Got the pleasure of speaking to Darcy. Did a little interview. That'll be on the channel soon, actually. This is the best community. Don't worry, Days. I've got this. Dort Knight, you're a sucker. Yeah. Thanks, Anna. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Is the Hall of Fame tonight? Well, I hope so, because I've just set up all these graphics, and that would be a real waste of time. It's in 4 minutes, yeah. So, Drew is standing tall in the ring. He puts the swords... Where does he put the sword? Did he stick the sword in the ring? Can't wait to see WrestleMania. It's a go-home show. It was a go-home show. It was a go-home show. Harry said no Rampage. Sadly not, bud. No, Hall of Fame is taking priority this week. Normally we do Rampage. But, yeah, Hall of Fame. Undertaker going in the Hall of Fame will obviously take our focus away. Nightmare's mom said, I've got my tissues ready. I'm going to be ugly crying tonight. I think I'm going to be doing all right on that front, to be honest. I don't feel emotional. I mean, I'm pretty good at not getting like that worked up. But yeah, I think I'm going to be all right. Seven says next in. LD Cool says 7. Yeah, get your scores in. I mean, look, for me, it's probably about 5. This was a SmackDown that didn't have Roman or Brock. And that's all right. It could still be great. But I don't think it was. It was a go home. It was a go home. I'm not bothered. It was a go home. Hall of Fame 2002. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. Why was he holding a sword? I've got so many unanswered questions, says Fat Cheeks. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, get your scores in, guys. Get your scores in. What did you think of that? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Did you love it? Did you rate it? What did you think of SmackDown tonight? Right now, we've just got the end of the Hall of Fame 2021, and we'll be going over to Hall of Fame 2022 very, very soon. They get a 2.5, no tribal chief, and ending with rubbish talk. I nearly cried when Breaking Bad ended, but I will contain myself tonight. Sahan said that was the worst main event ever. Will Hall of Fame be on BT Sports? No, I don't believe it is. I think it's only on the WWE network. So, who have you got, AJ or Edge? I've got AJ, bud. AJ. He's been in a tag team with Amos, and I think he really could do with something to kind of come out of that and like get a bit of momentum going again. It's got 2021 Hall of Fame on the network. That's just ended, yep. Kane should get a second induction to make up for that pandemic induction. Yeah, it sucked, didn't it? Some of them pandemic ones really sucked. Oh my God, do you know who I'm looking forward to? I only just thought, the Legacy class. I love the Legacy class. That's a load of like old school names that you don't really ever hear about, and sometimes you hear about them for the first time, but they're people that made impacts in like the 50s, 40s, kind of finally getting some recognition. I mean, just think about all them wrestlers that were around in the 30s and the 40s, 20s, even the 50s, the 60s. I mean, how many wrestlers from the 50s do you reckon you could name, or the 40s? Like, there's so many wrestlers that competed that just, you know, they didn't have this platform. So I love Legacy. The Legacy class I love. Sometimes I find out about people for the very first time, but they always give you a little bio on everyone. It's great. So I'm looking forward to that. Vader going in is going to be good. Queen Shamel I'm not too fussed about. Shad, oh my God, that's going to be hard. The Shad thing's going to be hard, innit? Right, I can tell you that there's a little countdown clock on screen, 15 minutes counting down. They've still got the SmackDown... obviously, commentary table top, which looks a little bit rubbish. It's a shame they couldn't quickly have changed that around. If Cody is somehow not there tomorrow, which he will, then he'll be at Raw after Mania because it's already reported that he's scheduled for that show. Either way, Cody is in WWE tomorrow or Monday, says Harley. Who cares about the past? Taker should have been in Hall of Fame ages ago. Is that Byron Saxton is backstage? Kayla Braxton, Corey Graves. Is that Marina Menounos? Right, we are just seeing a little countdown clock till the Hall of Fame starts. That's starting in about 15 minutes' time. We're backstage with Marina Menounos, or whatever her name is. Kayla Braxton, who's got changed into something a bit sparkly. Byron in a weird suit. It looks like something Seth Rollins would wear. And Corey Graves in a very smart suit. Maria looks amazing, says JJB Gaming. She looks like she's just got out the shower. Her hair looks strange. Undertaker said he turned the Hall of Fame down, felt it wasn't the right time. Her hair looks wet. It does look wet. I think that's the vibe she's going for, in all fairness. Corey Graves just said to Byron, my grandmother would like her couch back. Days, I'm sure Kane will get his second induction with fans when they go in as the Brothers of Destruction, says SM. Do you think JTG will be at the Hall of Fame for Chad? Should be. Should be there for Shad. Right, so video package just showing history of the Hall of Fame. Anna said Hall of Fame is on the WWE Network on Peacock. I'm Taker's biggest fan. I have 2 of his tattoos on my arm that he has on his arm, says Michael. David said, has she just been swimming? Right, we've got... Is this a video package for Shad, is it? Yeah. We might be starting with the Warrior Award here. Does that mean we get to see Dana Warrior? Oh, no. They're just doing a video package saying everyone that's going in tonight. So they just showed Shad, but now we're going on to Queen SHARMELL. Sam said, for anyone wondering, in the US, it's on Peacock. Days Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. That's what we're doing. Queen SHARMELL has just been shown. Now they're talking about the Steiners. And now focused on Undertaker. Undertaker to headline WWE Hall of Fame class. It is a shame that it's straight after. It is a shame that it is straight after SmackDown. I think it would have really benefited if it had had a bit of time to breathe, and had its own space. It's hard, innit? I mean, you could have done it on Thursday night. There's nothing stopping you doing it like last night. They're actually going to do it in the ring, so they're putting chairs on the entrance stage. It says that we've got 9 minutes 30 counting down. They're putting, I think the wrestlers are going to be on the entrance stage, and the actual podium is going to be in the ring. That's interesting. Predictions on Taker's fashion choice. I'm guessing it'll be a normal black tuxedo. I think it'll be something along those lines, yes. I think it'll be something along those lines. I think I don't expect him to be dead man tonight because he's going to be talking. And he's going to be maybe not in character tonight. I think tomorrow he is. I think tomorrow he's dead man when they do the Hall of Fame segment. But tonight he's going to need to talk, and it'll be really weird to see him just chatting away, telling stories dressed as Undertaker. So I think it's going to be a suit, yeah. I suppose in a way, like, it's Undertaker that goes in, but it's kind of the man behind Undertaker is Mark Calloway. But I think we see Deadman tomorrow. Backstage with Montez Ford and Bianca Belair. So Byron and Marina Menounos still doing the interviewing. Bianca looks great. Not trying to be rude, but what will they do with the Warrior Award? Will they give it to Shad's family? I think so, yes. I think so. I don't know who's going to talk on his behalf. That's not rude. No, that's a perfectly fine question. They used to have Hall of Fame on TV, and now they want to charge people to see it, which is BS. I hope this goes on to DVD, says Michael. DVD's sort of dying, isn't it? I don't think DVDs... I don't know if they... Maybe they might think they could get some money out of people for Undertaker going in. Maybe they put it on, maybe, but I doubt it. DVD's pretty much done, innit? In fact, I don't even think they do WWE DVDs in America anymore, and I think the final ones in the UK were scheduled to be March. So, thinking about it, I don't think they're even going to do any more. Let's hope nothing happens again. Do you remember what happened with Bret Hart? They let off Seth's match when they ran down the cards. Do you think there'll be a lot of people tuning in considering this is really late? I don't think it matters, really, because it's on the network, so you can watch it anytime. Do you know what I mean? There's not really a need to watch this live. If you want to get a good night's sleep before tomorrow, you could always watch this tomorrow morning. They're saying there's some cheers in the arena because the superstars are coming out onto the stage. The countdown clock has got 6 minutes left to go. Not really liking that announce table. Yeah, it looks rubbish. What would it say in SmackDown? Look at this. They're just showing some of the previous Hall of Fame entries and some of the previous Hall of Fame inductions and ceremonies. Seeing $1 Million Man right now, Ted DiBiase. Bruno, the living legend. Kane from last year when he went in the Hall of Fame. Mick Foley as well. So, yeah, they're just showing a few previous Hall of Fame inductions. This year's Hall of Fame won't be as stupendous because last year they had Shatner. Isn't it live on the network? Yes. Michael said, I want it on DVD. I can't watch. I've been a fan since he was born. I deserve to see it. DVD is a moneymaker. I don't care about past. I just want Takers. He means the world to me. I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think it's going on to DVD. I mean, I'm sure that you'll be able to watch it online. You know, it's probably if you go to watch wrestling, you'll be able to see it there. So, you'll be able to watch it. This will be the first Hall of Fame ceremony that I've watched since Scott Hall was inducted, says Ava Cookie Dough. They've got enough celebrities at WrestleMania. They don't need any more at the Hall of Fame. That's true. That's true, actually. There's no celebrity inductee this year, is there? Good. Although, Cyndi Lauper should go in. 100% she should go in. What she did for wrestling was, you know, she gave it a hell of a boost around the whole rock and wrestling time So she absolutely deserves to go in. I think there's a bit of heat between her and like WWE though now. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know why she ain't gone in. They've chucked every celebrity in. Mr. T's gone in, and Shatner's gone in, and like weird people have gone in. But she was like a big part of like first WrestleMania and just before. Cyndi Lauper, no doubt she should already be in. I mean, there's no celebrity this year, so she could have been this year. I've got to think there's a reason that she isn't. I can't say I've heard anything, but saying that, I feel like there was some rumour that there was a falling out, but can't remember. We're just seeing Antonio Inoki, Jerry the King Lawler, Jake the Snake, NWO, Stone Cold. Thank you, Austin. That was 2009. Here's Kane. Backstage, we got Marina Menunez and Byron Saxton talking to Kane. Will we see any, or are you talking about it? Just talking. Can't show it, it's copyright. I met Taker years ago, but I didn't have enough time as I did with Foley, says Michael. That's gotta be Kane. RVD, there are RVD chants, yeah. So that must mean that he's one of the people that sat in the kind of audience, which is kind of cool. He is a Hall of Famer, though. So those previous Hall of Famers, you would imagine, get invited back. Kane said, Undertaker is a consummate professional. Greatest character, greatest gimmick. Kane said that he was a massive fan of Undertaker before he even arrived in WWE. Jay Lethal's turned heel. Okay. Maria's hair looks wet. It does. 50 seconds. 50 seconds. And we're going over to the Hall of Fame. There's Edge. Big Swole. Big Swole. I saw Big Swole. She must be there with Cedric Alexander. There's Sammy, Dominic. I definitely saw Big Swole. 20-odd seconds left to go. There is Lita and Trish and Bianca, Street Profits. Not seeing many legends. There's a lot of current roster stars. 2, 1, there we go. Countdown has concluded, and now we've got a video package for Kevin Owens and Stone Cold. What? I don't know why, but I'm cracking up at Maria's hair. Bananas and Grapes said, I saw Big Swole. She's going in the Hall of Fame, guys. She's going in the Hall of Fame. They've not announced it. It's going to be a big surprise tonight. Big Swole goes into the WWE. Well done, Big Swole. She's actually the headline. Undertaker's going to go in second from last, and Big Swole goes in as the headline. I'd be shocked if Stone Cold wasn't there, considering the respect he has for Undertaker. I haven't seen him. We are getting no Swole, big or otherwise. Taker is very smart. That is why he's a legend. He never let his gimmick get old. I love the American Badass. I think JTG will induct Shad. Right, again, we are just seeing a video package for Stone Cold and Kevin Owens. What? Mark Calloway, Undertaker. Stone Cold is there. I never saw him. Right, well, we just got a video package now. I thought we'd had enough of this during SmackDown. But now we've got one on the Hall of Fame. Days, WWE might sign Big Swole. I think if they wanted to sign Big Swole, they probably would have done it by now. I mean, I know she had a contract with, like, AEW, but she's been out of that contract for a little while, hasn't she, by now? Plus, they had the opportunity to sign her. She was in, wasn't it a Mae Young Classic? And they didn't seem to fancy it, so. I think lots of legends from the past should carry a casket to the stage, and then he comes out to a massive pop. Yes. Yes. Right, here we go. So, technically, them 20 minutes didn't happen. Now we're going over to the Hall of Fame. Stone Cold is there. They posted some pics earlier. Austin Flair and others are there, even if they're not out in front. Right. Right, now we've got another intro. Oh my god. I think we've just watched the Hall of Fame kickoff show. That's what we've just watched. Whew. Another video. Another video. Rod Van Dam is on stage. LSW said, here we go. Gorilla Monsoon. Buddy Rogers. Harley Race. Wheeler Yuta won. Cool. Rob said it's going to be 3 hours long. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think it's going to be an hour and a half. I think it'll be an hour and a half. And in all fairness, we've just had about a 20-minute kickoff show. Maybe with, like, you know, some more little video packages. I reckon we'll be done in about an hour and a half. Or an hour and 40. Sensational Sherry, Alondra Blaze, Mae Young, Trish, Eric Bischoff. WWE's been showing videos all this time. Vader. That's great, Vader's going in. Just wish he was here, man. I just wish he could have done his induction speech. Queen SHARMELL. Shad. Steiner Brothers. And, of course, the headline act. The Undertaker. Is Scott Steiner going to behave tonight? I would think so. It'll be 30 minutes of them inducting people, and the rest will be video packages. Yeah. I can't believe The Undertaker is finally getting inducted. It's so wild to see someone who has been wrestling this long finally achieve something they so desperately deserve. The Rock is there, apparently. 2022 Hall of Fame. Okay, here we go. I think they might have they taken the announce table away. Yeah, they've cleared the announce table away. We've got a podium in the ring. There's signs in the crowd that say, "Thank you, Taker." Kayla Braxton is one of the hosts, along with Corey Graves. We've got a podium in the ring. Gold ropes. Oh my God, there's someone that's got a French flag, and it says, I think, Andre the Giant on it. I am flipping loving that. Loads of "Thank you, Taker" signs in the crowd. A lot of them that look the same, so I feel like WWE have made them. They're tombstones that say "Thank you, Taker," or like white card tombstone shaped, and they say "Thank you, Taker" with his logo. But I've seen several dotted around, so I'm guessing they've been handed out by WWE. Steiners are going to be first. Dun, dun. Steiner Bros. Mark Calloway, a.k.a. The Undertaker, deserves to go in. Even though it was Taker's choice, I don't think his record should have been messed up. The streak should have stayed undefeated, says Michael. Sam said, I'm only here for the Steiner speech. Tony said, some Steiner math, please. Right, great video package. That's the advantage of them having all that great WCW footage. So we are just seeing a video package for the Steiners. We haven't actually seen the Steiners yet. AJ Styles just saying a few words in a video package. They were brilliant in like WCW. I mean, they were great in WWE, but I think their best matches come in like the late 80s, early 90s. Jim Cornette. Just saw Jim Cornette and heard a few words from him as well. Scott was so damn good back then, said Funky Fresh. Joey said Undertaker is the greatest of all time. Where can we watch Hall of Fame? It's on the WWE Network. It's on WWE Network. So we are, again, just video package at the moment. Just seeing some of their early figures. Just seeing the Hasbros. Seeing them win various championships around the world. Seeing them on the front of WWF magazine. These video packages are amazing, aren't they? I don't remember them playing this video package during like Raw or SmackDown. I don't remember seeing this video package before. It's quite long and very detailed. Oh, look, there's Braun. There's Braun Breaker. So, yeah, they are acknowledging that Braun is related. Rick and Scott Steiner. There we go. Right. Video package over. The Steiners. Braun Breaker's coming out. So, Braun Breaker is coming out. Bron Breakker getting his entrance. Bron Breakker in a tux. There's Gable Steveson. Randy Orton was saying a few words to Bron Breakker as he went past. Encouraging words. But, yeah, Bron making his way down. We've got some steps that have been erected in front of the ring. So they're not making them go up the steps at the side. These steps have got like a handrail. So there's Bron. Smile on his face. Beaming with pride. Well, everyone, they did it. He said growing up in the Steiner family was a bit crazy at times. He said he had a great father and a great uncle. They laid the groundwork for me. There would be no Bron Breakker if it wasn't for the Steiner brothers. He said, I'm gonna take the biggest risk of my career. I'm gonna give the microphone to my Uncle Scott. Bron said, here's the greatest tag team of all time, the Steiners. I'm gonna take the biggest risk of my career. What kind of risk do you reckon Vince is taking? Here we go, making their way down, and both in suits. You can't really see their physiques. I mean, Scott still looks like he's got a size to him, but maybe doesn't look quite as big as he has in the past. But who knows? I mean, he might look great under that suit. But they both look great. Both look really, really good. Both obviously looking a bit old now, but who isn't? So there we go. The Steiners making their way into the ring. Bron Breakker leaves, and we got the Steiners on the podium, and big applause from the crowd. Great crowds, by the way. I don't know if they got told to like move round. They might have done. There might be pictures online that show that one side's empty. Because, you know, there's going to be a lot of people that are at SmackDown, kids that need to go. Rick just grabs the microphone. Scott takes it back. He says, I want to thank a load of the other teams that were around at the time. They were great and they made us great. Okay, so Scott says the first person he met at WWE was the Macho Man. And for some reason we clicked. And we always travelled together. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Macho travelled with the Steiners. He's telling a story here. Okay. Apparently, they pulled the van over and Macho said, I bet I can make those cows come over to me quicker than they can walk over to you. I thought they were all, like, going to parties and doing drugs. Not trying to entice cows over. Scott said that he mooed and the cows didn't do anything. Scott said that he shouted that he had got some food, but the cows didn't come over. Oh, what did Macho do? I've never heard this. Never heard this. He said... What a wild story. He said that he couldn't get the cows to come over. He turned around. When he turned back, 3 were heading over to Macho Man. He said Macho never told him what he said, but he said to this day he believes that Macho knew those cows. The visual of that just playing out in my head is wild. Rather than starting fights in bars and getting with girls and doing drugs, Macho Man and Scott Steiner are trying to entice cows over by telling them that they've got food and everything. So I love the Hall of Fame. You hear stories you haven't heard before. You get a little bit of a glimpse behind the curtain. Wasn't Scott in TNA for a while? Yeah. AJ Styles looks confused. I think everyone's confused. McClaim said, I love cow stories. Oh, guys, if you're a fan of cow stories, this is the Hall of Fame induction for you. Scott Steiner said his hard work paid off and it was a great time in his life. He said, but the best time was when I met and married my wife. He says, my wife is always right, and even when I'm right, she's righter. She gave me the greatest thing she ever could, and that was my 2 boys. Scott Steiner's doing well here. I would like more cow stories. I hope Rick Steiner's got a good cow story. I've got several. I'm going to be at WrestleMania. Adrian, have a good time, dudes. Here's Rick Steiner. Rick Steiner said, thanks for leaving me time to speak. We were told that we had 4 minutes. You've just took 3. They should start playing the music now. They should start playing the music to walk them off. I bet that must have been so much like fun, like backstage, just catching up with loads of people. There's probably a load of people that I don't know anymore. But like catching up with Vince again and whatnot. Taker will have his time. Is Taker on last? Yes, main eventing. I met the Steiners when they were wrestlers at Michigan since I live close to the university. Scott would push a guy aside and say, I'm dancing with your girlfriend at a local club. I definitely get that vibe from him, yes. He said, it's always icing on the cake if you can do something you love with your brother. He's got their arms around each other. Thank you for supporting us. That was good. Yeah, it's good. Did what it needed to do. They both got a chance to thank people. We got a great cow story. There's the Bellas. I don't know where to go. Here's Braun. Braun's coming up. Braun's asking if either need help coming out the ring. Scott looks a bit like Colonel Sanders these days, or maybe a bit like Bischoff. That was all right, wasn't it? That was all right. Steiners are in the Hall of Fame. Anna said that was a fun speech. Good speech from Rick. Robin said that was a great speech from the Steiners. That was good. White Lotus said we remember the Varsity Club. Steiners were great, said Davids. The Cow has been confirmed as Seth's opponent. Oh, wow. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Cow is confirmed. Yeah, that was all right, that was all right. I would imagine probably Shad next. And then maybe Queen Sharmell. Or Queen Sharmell and then Shad. And then Vader and then Undertaker. Be my guess. Unless we're going to do Vader next. This is great, says Trevor. What an honor, says 21. I like the Hall of Fame so far, says Legend Killer. We need more cow stories. Yes. Butterfinger said, I saw some tears in Daisy's eyes. I just love cows. Just love cows. Any kind of cow story is always going to get me emotional, so. Right, now they're promoting WrestleMania. Okay, speaking of Majesty, it is going to be Queen Sharmell next. Okay, Queen Sharmell. Cal versus Seth will be the most stupendous match ever, says Joe. No, Seth in the Mania package, says Anna. Days, in your honest opinion, who gave the greatest Hall of Fame speech ever? My all-time favourite was Bobby Heenan. I agree. Matt says that's what the Hall of Fame is all about. Hearing interesting stories. I mean, it was great to see them and see what they look like. It's great to see them looking healthy. I mean, they seem to be struggling to walk, but obviously their bodies are pretty beat up now. But, you know, they seem to still have their faculties. And they seem to be happy and in good places. Bron was just beaming with pride. Fun little story. Yeah, it was good. We've just got a video package for Queen Sharmell right now. We've had Riddle riding a camel, so someone needs to ride a bull into the ring either tomorrow night or Sunday night, says John. You mean to tell me they couldn't find a better female to put in the Hall of Fame? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I have no idea why Queen Shmell's going in. We did a little poll. I can't remember what the result was, but it was actually quite close to like 50-50 people thinking that she... I think it was 60-40 that she didn't deserve to go in. Something like that. But, I mean, it wasn't like a 99% to 1 or anything, you know? So... Corny would have got a big kick out of the Steiner's Hall of Fame induction. Was never a fan of SHARMELL, says Anna. She should have just inducted all of the Nitro girls. Right. Again, just video package. There's SHARMELL and the Boogeyman. SHARMELL, this is toilet break. I wonder if the Nitro girls will ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Honestly, don't know. I wouldn't think so. But who knows? There's been people go in that haven't expected. Could they bring out the Boogeyman during this speech? That would be fun. That would be fun. Days, you tell Booker T his wife doesn't deserve to go in. Sure. Booker, if you're watching, I'm not sure you... well, I don't think your wife deserves to go in. I think that's a low bar, to be honest. King Booker was iconic. I don't begrudge her going in. I'm not like I'm not starting campaigns to have her removed or anything like this. I just think, I don't know. It depends where you draw the line, doesn't it? Scott's count story was utterly interesting. Here's Booker T. Booker T making his way out. If The Rock and Gable Steveson are really there, do you think that means they'll be at WrestleMania? I don't know. I haven't seen The Rock. I mean, I've seen Gable Steveson, and he's already said that he's going to be at WrestleMania. This is the go and cook a steak and mashed potato break. Okay, so Booker T in the ring. Booker T said, I got inducted in 2013. And then I went in with the Harlem Heat, and I was like, wow, 2 times. And here we are to do it one more time. When I'm good, I'm good. When I'm bad, I'm better. That sums up my queen, SHARMELL. She's made me a better man. Lillian Garcia should have gone in. My most memorable run as King Booker was not about me. It was about SHARMELL. I've always called her my queen. It was a good run. He said, that's the most memorable run that I will be remembered for. That's probably true. There we go. Queen Sharmell says, well, allow me to, or join me in welcoming my queen, my love, Queen Sharmell. Oh, that's a nice dress. That's nice. All the superstars are doing this as she's walking past. Look at Randy. Randy is acting like he's had a few drinks. It's a black dress. It's got like flowers on. It's a sparkly number. It's nice. She looks great. Oh, hail Queen Sharmell. Farouk should yell, damn. At least we get this one out the way early. Where's Steiner? Steiner's been and gone. Ooh, the real queen. I couldn't see what the images were. You deserve it, Chan. This is the stuff that fairy tale. She better tell a cow story. How do I watch Hall of Fame? It's on the WWE network. Thank you, Nitro Girls, for choosing me to be in your groundbreaking group. She speaks very well. My first angle was with Kurt Angle. She speaks very well. Very, very well. I still look over my shoulder for the boogeyman. Do you know what? I wish all of the superstars would just get her to do their induction speeches, because she's so well spoken. Undertaker could come down later, just stand in the background like this, arms folded, and she could just read out his induction speech for him. Oh, hail King Booker. Thank you for allowing me to entertain you. She's got one of those voices that you hear at theme parks when it's like, I'm afraid that the ride that you are hoping to go on is not active at the moment due to inclement weather. We are hoping to reopen this ride in 1 hour's time. Voiceovers, that's what she can do at like theme parks and supermarkets. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, the Disneyland parade will be starting in 30 minutes' time. If you get on down to the Magic Kingdom, you should have great opportunity at seeing all of the characters in today's parade. Thank you. She's got that kind of a voice. She's just thanking everyone. Boos for Bruce Pritchard. Good. She was doing good until she thanked Bruce. This moment is as much mine as it is yours. She thanks the kids for showing her what unconditional love truly means, and the boy in the front row was like, "Oh my god." Booker getting a bit emosh. Booker getting a bit emosh. Aww. Where's the cow story, though? Where's the cow story? Very clear, very well performed speech from the Queen. Great speech. That's how marriage is supposed to be. People take notes. Legendary speech. 10 out of 10. Read this. Rock, Gable Steveson are really there. Do you think it means they're going to be at WrestleMania? Gable Steveson is there. I've seen him. And he's already said he's at WrestleMania. Rock, I have not seen. So, they have not shown The Rock. And if he was there, they would have shown him. Unless he's just backstage. But I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I mean, could he still be there? He could still be. I'm about 60-40 that he won't be. But I certainly don't think he's there right now. That is how you do speeches. She was classy, professional, and articulate. A lesson in doing a great speech by just being honest. That was so good. She can speak so clear and well. Hall of Fame class 2023 should be Triple H, China, Batista, possibly Shane, says Swifties Cove. Hall of Fame class 2023 Triple H, China, Batista. Oh, we read that one. Amelia said, despite being petrified of Taker when I was 2, I grew up to idolize Taker simply because of what he accomplished in his 30-year career. Mitchell said, Days Samoa Joe just showed up in Ring of Honor. Very cool. Larry says Kimberly Page should have been inducted instead of Sharmell. Samoa Joe has come to Ring of Honor. Right, we've just got a video package at the moment. We are just seeing Logan Paul and The Miz. I'm guessing it's going to be Shad next. Via will come to Raw riding on a cow. I hope so. I hope so. That's what we need. I wonder, I don't know who's inducting. Have they said who's inducting Vader? I don't know if they've announced it. Oh, didn't someone say it's Mick Foley? I think someone said Mick Foley's announcing Vader. Samoa Joe in AEW, isn't that another WWE guy? Exclusively at WWE Shop. Guys, if you are going to WWE Euroshop, then use the code DAYSWM to save an extra 10%. I don't benefit from it, but you do. It's a good catchphrase, isn't it? I don't benefit, but you do. Use code DAYSWM at WWE Euroshop to save an extra 10%. Okay, Warrior Award time. Yeah, Shad. This'll be a mosh, won't it? Crime time. Days, will it work on WWE Shop or just Euroshop? Just Euroshop. Yeah, just Euroshop. They run them different, unfortunately. So it's different, obviously different personnel. You would think that Euroshop's actually based in England, whereas WWE Shop's based in America. So I think it's like different people that run it. And they seem to be really open to like reaching out, and you know, they've done stuff with us before where we've had a code before. It's been great. I mean, like, people use it and they get a lot from it. And I think that's why they keep coming back and, you know, giving us a new one. But no one ever reaches out from WWE Shop. It's such a shame. Because I think that would probably benefit our community more if it worked on the WWE Shop. They're just showing him and his son. Yeah, some great footage here of them training together, working on a beach and whatnot. Oh, the kid looks... The kid's great. I mean... Knew this would be a mosh. And when that moment came, a moment that we would all fear, he saved his son. Shad's heroic final act. Shad left the world a hero. Anna said this one hurts. Yeah. This one's rough, isn't it? It's always going to be rough. But yeah, this one's rough. So yeah, Shad going into Hall of Fame. Oh. You just hear Shad saying, "I love you, son," and his son saying, "I love you, daddy." Yeah, look, there's people with tears in their eyes. Dana Warrior is coming out. Dun, 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 dun. She loves it, doesn't she? Dana Warrior's like... Dun, dun. I feel like when I lost my uncle last year, said 87 Steve. I'm sorry to hear that. Powerful, says Ronnie. Bring out JTG. Yes. She looks up at the heavens to send her love to the Ultimate Warrior. He is the definition of a bona fide hero. Who collects it? Will it be... I don't know if it'll be his family or if it'll be JTG. Samoa Joe's on Ring of Honor. They said Joe will be at Dynamite on Wednesday as an announcer. That'd be good. He was a great announcer. It was a shame that he left commentary. I don't know what happened there. I think that was a real mistake. Was Crime Time supposed to make a return before Shad's tragic death? I can't say I heard they were. We ask our sons and daughters to stand on our shoulders. Okay, so Dana's just talking about like what Shad's accomplished. Dana Warrior, this is fake plastic. Tears, says Trevor. Is JTG not here? I don't know if she's going to bring some, I don't know. Thank you, Shad, says Mark. Okay. Wife and son. So it's going to be Shad's wife and son. Obviously, everyone stands and applauds. As Shad's wife and son come out. Is that his wife? God, his wife's beautiful, isn't she? Fairness, he was a great-looking guy, weren't he? I mean, he was jacked. JTG out there. He's getting emotional. He leaves them to it, in all fairness. He's come out with them, but he's left them to it. She's a bit like got a bit of a Dana Brooke vibe about her. This is sad. Bunkers says Samoa Joe is on Dynamite, the announcer, said he's not announcing. Help me, I need Dr. B said his poor son will have to live with that guilt. I hope not. I mean, I don't know actually what happened. I mean, they were both swimming. They might have both got into trouble, and I don't know. I hope not. You shouldn't. Your dad's a hero, I think the chant is. Is it Shad's a hero or your dad's a hero? I think it might be Shad's a hero. I mean, that kid's, you know, he was joining in with that clap. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. I think they've done a brilliant job with him. Brilliant job. He seems to be in quite a positive place. As positive as you ever could. Yeah, look, the boy's like nodding along. Like when she says something, the boy's like, yeah, big smile on his face and everything. And yeah, he stopped an armed robbery, didn't he? His son seems fine, and that's good. Bless them both. They're doing such a hard moment, but the room is showing love. They're fantastic. They're doing fantastic. Just saying about how he stopped an armed robbery, and she calls over to Jason, and she's like, I heard you were there and you didn't help. And the crowd laugh. It's got a bit of humour in it as well. His son looks so happy hearing these stories about him. Shad is a legend. So she's saying that he would always talk about trying to be a sheepdog because a sheepdog looks after the flock, the sheep, but it knows when it has to be aggressive, but it controls that, and it protects. Son, you are a sheepdog. He seems very level-headed, this kid, doesn't he? Like, his mom was talking to him, and he was looking directly at her and nodding and taking in what she was saying. He seems such an amazing kid. You had a badass dad. Well, this has set me off, says David. This kid's amazing. He is amazing. And he hugs his mom. And he thanks Dana. God, he just seems like a flipping amazing, perfect kid. Holds up the trophy. The crowd go crazy. He was brilliant. She was brilliant. That was brilliant. It's brilliant. That's what it's all about, innit? People say, like, the Hall of Fame can be boring or whatever, but, like, we've had a flipping story about a cow. We've had Queen SHARMELL being, like, one of the most articulate speeches I've ever heard. Got one of the most emotional speeches I've ever heard, and, like, the kids just being amazing. And we've still got Undertaker and Vader. Hayden said it was a great speech, and it was emotional as well. Darcy said, I love seeing moments like that. Zoom Station said, we love the sheepdog. Yeah. Michael said, about that comment on DVDs, you might be right. They may not. But one thing I know about WWE is never say never. I'm not crying. You are, says Anthony. I'm doing cry time, says Ron. Sam says, we'll all be bawling. That kid was amazing. I mean, if I wasn't such a bitter old boomer, I'd be in tears as well, but I think I'm just dead inside, to be honest. So, but that kid was incredible. Wish him nothing but the best. Do you think Vince will cry inducting Undertaker? Might get a bit emotional because they're great friends as well, and it's going to mean a lot to Vince. I think it was probably harder for Vince to end the career of Undertaker than it will be to celebrate the career, because that's what tonight is. It should be a celebration, really. So I'm going to lean towards no. I think it was harder for Vince to go out at that Survivor Series the other year and end the Undertaker's career. Right now, we've just got a video package for Edge and AJ. So that's what we've got at the moment. So is Shad in the Hall of Fame or not? Not really. Not really in the Hall of Fame. He's got the Warrior Awards, but I don't believe he gets a ring. Who will induct Vince? Shane, Steph. Probably Shane and Steph. Shad in the Hall of Fame as a warrior. This is the sad Hall of Fame. NXT Stand and Deliver. Don't forget, we are live tomorrow for that. We are live for day one of WrestleMania. We've got a bit of smoke, CGI smoke, and a CGI Undertaker. Look at that. Look at that. If he was still wrestling now, we'd have that kind of stuff, wouldn't we? They had CGI smoke and then a CGI Undertaker kind of like... It's going to be Vader in it. It's time. It's Vader time. Yes. Yes. Vader time. £6'5". How much is he? £450. I mean, looking at some of the stuff he was doing now, I don't know if it will resonate as much, but God, back in the day, his agility, the speed that he could move, the moonsaults, and he's 450 odd pounds. Look at that. Mick Foley said the reason why Vader's stuff was so devastating is because it was devastating. WCW champion, IWGP champion over in New Japan as well. He won the big one over in New Japan, I think more than once. The Mastodon. Just came to WWE a bit too late. I loved Vader. I loved Vader. Yeah, do you remember when he attacked Gorilla Monsoon? The heat that he got. He got nuclear heat, man, when he attacked Gorilla Monsoon. Remember when he got arrested in Kuwait? That was crazy. Dark Knight said, Vader is a part of why I got into wrestling. Super scary as a kid. On ITV when I was a kid with his mask, he seemed incredible. They came close to having Vader beat Hogan at Bash at the Beach 95. #1 trend in the world when he was taking on Heath Slater was hashtag Vader time. That's cool. Man, I bet you could get some sick Vader merch. They just showed a shirt there of him with the Mastodon helmet on. Yeah, so great. So great that he's in. Right, Mick Foley, I believe, is putting Vader in. Time! I don't know. It must be his family. It's going to leave about, what do you reckon, 20 minutes for Undertaker? Oh, is it not Foley? I'm guessing that's Vader's wife and son. Oh, it's heartbreaking that he's not there. I always enjoy looking at seeing who is next to who. Imagine if we'd only got Undertaker Andre and Taker Tombstoned Andre. JR said he never washed his gear and the boys would complain about the smell. Yes, that's true. That's true. Smo Joe's in Ring of Honor. Yeah. It's his mother. Is it his mother, is it? Is that his mother? No. What time is it? Okay, so she said, I just want to say a thank you for all the love and support. He'll have the biggest smile on his face. You guys put food on my plate for a very long time. I love you all. That's a nice way of wording it. Someone said that his son is a wrestler. I don't know much about his son. It's sad that his mother had to bury him, said Fat Cheeks. Andrade is on stage with Charlotte. I haven't seen him, but it makes sense. I stand before you as his only child, his only son. He probably missed half of my childhood. But what he accomplished with that time. Was more than a lot of other people were able to do, and I couldn't have asked for a better father. Do you think they were... I wonder if they were overrunning and so they had to cut the Mick Foley bit and they just went straight to... They went straight to just putting these two out there. Put your best V's in the air. What time is it? Vader time. Oh, look at that. Wow. That's nice. They've got the helmet there. It's cool, isn't it? Short. Sweet. I wish he was there to do that induction speech himself, to be honest. There's only one more to go in. Why would they need to worry about running over on the network on WrestleMania weekend, no less? I think they still... I mean, you've still got an audience there. You've still got the building, the venue, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know they've probably rented that building to a certain time, but you've got to think about the security that are there. You've got to think about, you know, the people that are working the... concession stands or working like the parking lot area, like all that kind of stuff. If this was just I don't know, at their own performance center or something, then maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But I think with so many people as well that have got to still get back home, I think they're probably trying to stick to a schedule. This thing's only halfway over. I don't think this thing's 3 hours. I really don't. I think this has got another half an hour in it, and then it'll be done. Dun, dun, dun. Right, we got advert for WrestleMania. There is Kevin Owens sat next to Bobby Lashley. Do we get the legacy? I hope there's a legacy class. Maybe there isn't. Maybe we're just not bothering. Getting chills. Here we go. Final inductee. Yeah, no legacy. Oh. The Undertaker goes into the Hall of Fame. Here we go. 30 years in the making. Time for Undertaker. Yep. Undertaker going into the Hall of Fame. And we've got Undertaker video package. JJB Gaming says, what a career. Can't wait for his speech. Can't wait for his speech. Right. Undertaker about to go into the Hall of Fame. I mean, we've got Vince that's going to be bringing him out. Okay, so we've got this amazing video package with the Metallica music. Okay, so Sad But True is playing by Metallica as we're just seeing shots from one of the greatest careers in WWE history. I think we've seen this before, this video package, but it's amazing. They did a great job, actually, of like showing this, getting this together. Time for the Undertaker. Loving that Undertaker Hall of Fame shirt. It's nice, isn't it? It's nice for those that haven't seen it. Undertaker. It's got something on the back as well. I think it's just his logo, I think, and it says, try and turn around. I think it's got the Hall of Fame on it. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice shirt. Hall of Fame 2022. Undertaker's last ride. Thank you, Taker. This was the package that was on Raw. Yeah, they did a great job with this package. We have seen it before, but even so, it's still brilliant. There will never be another person like him, says Austin. Taker said AJ Styles is just like Shawn, so I'm sure he's fine with AJ being his last match, says Mitchell. Must admit, that's one of my favourite Metallica songs, Sad But True. Oh man, I can't wait to hear from Vince. Wish they would have done a Razor package. Oh yeah, that would have been nice. I wish they'd done a Legacy class. So just seeing some classic moments from the streak. There's Paul Bearer. The greatest of all time. Undertaker is literally the greatest, says Trap Gods. Yeah, I mean, is he on the Mount Rushmore? I feel like he's on the Mount Rushmore of WWE. Is he on the Mount Rushmore of Pro Wrestling. That's nice, look. We've got 4 mannequins in the background, each one with a different Undertaker attire. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That looks great. Right, here's Vince. Here's Vince doing the walk. Mr. McMahon making his way down. You got no chance. It's great seeing Vince come out, isn't it? Look at that. We've got 4 classic Undertaker attires. We've got the purple. I love that purple one. I wish they had the grey one back there. Like his debut one. All right, see what Vince got to say. He says, tonight is my favourite night of the year. We have a chance to say thank you to all the inductees that go into the Hall of Fame. So he's reading from a teleprompter. So saying that many of these inductees have left a mark. There's no one more deserving of this honor. He said of all those people that have gone in the past, there is no one more deserving of this honor than the man we're about to put in. I mean, he has just put in Queen SHARMELL, and he can go out there and say that. Unbelievable. Learning to live with the pain. Learning to live with the toll this industry takes on the body. It's fair to say he's been to hell and back. I'm going to read these names quickly so you don't interrupt me. These... Vince is working the crowd. Oh, he's brought it on himself. Now he's saying, like, opponents, and the crowd are like, what? Ric Flair and the crowd go, woo. Bray Wyatt gets a mention. Kamala gets a mention. So he's gone down a list of about 20, 30 names. I mean, I feel like that list's about 100 times longer than that, but... Was that the... thinking about it, was that the streak one? Is that what it was? Was that the... I think, was that all the opponents from the streak? Now I'm thinking about it. because he did start with Jimmy Snuka. Talking about when Undertaker and Triple H were fighting at Penn Station. So apparently he did a little skit in a cemetery on a night where there was flesh freezing rain for 5 hours. It was on a float for hours as part of a parade, and he couldn't move, he couldn't have a drink, he couldn't go to the bathroom. Apparently it was quite miserable. Quality entertainment is great, isn't it? So apparently Vince made him go down in a sewer just so he could climb up with all this smoke that was coming up behind him to get this iconic shot, but I don't remember that shot. Damn, Matt, if Vince told me to go in a sewer, I'm not sure I could tell him quick enough where to flip and go. Loyalty. You might recall the Monday Night Wars. WCW never bothered to call The Undertaker. They knew he wouldn't answer. This man has never demanded respect, but he commands it. It's great. It's a great intro by Vince, and he's not half-hearted it, has he? WCW mention. Mm-hmm. Crowd are playing up a little bit, and Vince says, I'll have The Undertaker come out here and kick your ass. This man is the most revered superstar. The greatest quality our inductee brings is love. That's true. That's a good point. He would never have been able to have accomplished what he's done over 30 years if he didn't love it. The love for all the performers. He's chewing it. God, he deserves it. He so deserves it. So deserves it. He never got this, did he, at the Survivor Series? Mark Calloway, The Undertaker. No, do you know what? It's full. It's full. I didn't know if part of it might be empty. No. But then saying that, you're going to see The Undertaker, aren't you? Oh, the gongs, man. The gongs. The goats. Look at this, the gongs, and WrestleMania is not the same without this, is it? You got that big giant moon on the screens. It's gonna be weird him coming out without like like dead man stuff. Look, here's Mark Calloway in a suit. Is he mic? I think he might be mic'd, actually. He might be the only one that's got, like, he's gone Britney Spears. He's gone full on Britney Spears. He's walking a little gingerly. But, oh, he gets up the steps absolutely fine. Ah, and they embrace. Oh. It's nice, isn't it? I don't think Vince liked it. Vince was like, okay, pal, let me go. Can't do affection, Vince. I should imagine all the time that Undertaker's like giving him a hug. Vince is like, oh, you're fired. You're fired. Yeah, shut up, Vince. Come on, bring it in. He has got a mic. I mean, they're not going to use the... he's not using the mic on the stand. Perhaps he wants to talk to the crowd. But, I mean, look, thank you, take a chance. Undertaker chance. I'm really pleased for him. He never got this at Survivor Series. He never got this. Eyes are a bit misty. Oh. Look at all them signs. So many signs. He takes a deep breath. Yeah, this is hitting him in the feels, man. Crowd going crazy. Damn, you feel like you're watching something. I feel like I'm watching something pretty special here. Look at him. He's like proper like... It's great. It's great. He deserves it, says Hayden. It's great. It's brilliant. Crowd going crazy for him. Crowd going crazy. Randy Orton's going crazy. Thank you, Taker. The crowd have stole the show. The crowd have hijacked the show here. Undertaker can't get a word in. All the superstars are on their feet, seeing Sasha Banks. Damn. When are they going to let him talk? They're still going. That must be pretty special to stand there and that going on around you. Deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. Damn. Damn. That might be one of the loudest "you deserve it" chants I've ever heard. Look at the camera, like, panning around. He's still in his boat. Honestly, at this point, he's just going to have to go, thanks. Woo! You deserve it! No, every time he looks up, he just looks up then. It looks like he's going to talk. The crowd go, woo! Taker. It's amazing, isn't it? It reminds me a lot of, like, do you remember Roman after he beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 33? Do you remember that? And they wouldn't let him talk. They were just booing him out the building. Thank you, Taker. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. They're still going. He ain't said a word. Lot of love, man. This is awesome, says Adil. This is the last childhood hero of mine. Chant forever. Chant forever. We deserve it. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Oh, come on. We can go through. We should do Paul Bearer. We could go through a whole list of Undertakerisms. Dead man, dead man, dead man. American badass. American badass. For the last 30 years. Here we go. The Phenom, the Dead Man. The American Badass. And the Taker of Souls. I'm going to take you behind the curtain. And meet the man under the black hat, Mark Calloway. I wanted to show you the same respect that you showed me. I could have kept Mark Calloway hidden. He's talking about sacrifice. That's a massive talking point from this weekend, you know. The crowd not allowing him to talk for about... Honestly, I don't know how long. Was it about 5 to 10 minutes? But he is the flipping man. It's the greatest pop of all time. That is the loudest crowd cheer I have ever heard. And standing ovation for Geordie Howe at 52 years old. Then announcer asked them to stop. I don't know what that means. I like you, but wait to speak when Taker is not. No, I'm not going to sit here in silence. I mean, Undertaker's going to be speaking, I think, for the next 10 minutes or so. I ain't going to sit here in silence for 10 minutes. I think that'd be a bit disrespectful to people. Tonight's not about me. It's about each and every one of you. He's pacing around a lot. He must have known that he was going to do that, which is why he's got that that microphone piece on. He said, I'm going to share something with you my brother shared with me from 1986. He says that back then he was conflicted and miserable. He said he didn't know what to do. Do I graduate? Do I go overseas? He said he had spent the last 10 years at that time being consumed with the idea of playing basketball. But at the same time, basketball wasn't what he wanted to do. And he said his heart was already into wrestling. But I already know this is what I want to do with my life. And he said, I don't want to begin to think about what my parents are going to say. Can't live your life for what mom and dad want you to do. He said he was worried about what his parents were going to say. It's good advice, isn't it? Apparently his brother said you can't live your life for anyone other than you. Whatever it was going to take, I was going to become a professional wrestler. It wasn't anything close to glamorous. This feels like an Undertaker, you know, if you used to pay and go and see him, you know, if he was doing a tour and, you know, he was on stage doing a chat. He's walking around, he's got the headset on. And he's talking about, like, trying to, like, the early days, trying to find his own identity, all this kind of stuff. My dreams led me to become the Undertaker. You know my signature moves. Last Ride, Old School, Tombstone. Oh. He said he's going to reveal some of his mental signature moves. He said he learned a lesson from Vince. Okay, he's got a story of Vince. Early in his career. He says squash match, sorry, enhancement match. So he worked an enhancement match with a kid. And he was just screwing up loads of Undertaker's moves. It's a great story. Perception is reality. And the reality is everyone in that arena and everyone back here thinks you're an a-hole. Because he roughed up that kid that was messing up his moves. God, if it's on the network, everyone's going to search for it. He didn't say what the match was. Perception is reality, says Dort Knight. And throughout the rest of my career, he said he reminded himself that his actions mattered. He said, when I think of perception, I can't help but think of Stephanie. She's not nearly as big a brat as you think she is. I've often thought of Steph as the little sister I've never wanted. Speaking of siblings I never wanted, I've not forgot about Shane. Showing Godfather. They haven't shown Shane. I don't know if Shane is... I thought Shane was being flown in to be there. And there's Jimmy Hart, by the way. Stephanie doing the intro speech for Mark would have been better, says John. This is so great, said Dars. It's really engaging, isn't it? Like, you can't stop, like, listening to it. I'm not bored in the slightest. I always knew you had my back, he says to Godfather. The BSK. You know that I'm going to take the stories to the grave with me. BSK was kind of his backstage crew that he used to hang around with. I think they just largely used to drink and play cards. Yokozuna gets a shout. And there's a picture of Yoko on screen. Yeah, drinking whiskey and playing dominoes. Yokozuna mentions, I'm happy they're giving Taker all the time he needs. Yeah. I mean, I reckon the next hour has been put aside for however long he wants to go, basically. The other beat-in Cena credit goes to Bray Wyatt. He's got a BSK tattoo on his stomach, says Evil Twin. Triple H isn't there, is he? Triple H might be helping to... Oh, is he? I don't know. I was about to say he might be backstage helping Vince, but he might be sat next to Steph. He is. He's sat next to Steph. Crush, yeah, he's talking about Crush at the moment. He said a few weeks later, I received one of the worst phone calls of my life. And he said not a day goes by where he doesn't think about him. Getting a bit emotional about that one. Paul Bearer! Yes! Yes! Oh, yes! You didn't think Undertaker without Paul Bearer? God, he was brilliant, wasn't he? He was a tremendous friend. Oh, yeah, he hates cucumbers, doesn't he? Who puts cucumbers in a man's drink? An evil man. That's a great moment. Kane. He insists I call him Mr. Mayor. This is awesome. It's great, isn't it? I didn't get mad when you stole all of my moves. That's great. That's great, isn't it? That's a brilliant bit. He says, I have to call him Mr. Mayor now. Don't get mad at me, brother. I didn't get mad at you when you stole all my moves. Talk forever. God, honestly, I could listen forever. Super engaging. He must have really practiced this. I'm trying to think, like, how does he know what to go to? The toes you step on the way to the top are connected to the same asses you're going to have to kiss on the way back down. Treat people with respect. It's kind of interesting how he got his first lesson from Vince, his second lesson off his dad. It's crazy how good of a talker he is, like just a casual talker. I know, yeah. He could do like motivational speeches, couldn't he? In all fairness, though, I think he's a religious man, and he does strike me a lot of as like, you know, those pastors that are on like, you know, motivational speaker type things, and, you know, those kind of people that spread the Lord's word on big stages to like arenas of people. Getting that vibe from Undertaker right now is just so commanding of that space. I saw an interview where he was just going to wing it, but his wife convinced him to do it proper. He has done religious sermons in the past. Has he? That would make sense, because you definitely get that vibe from him. Dusty, Harley Brace, Dusty Rhodes, Ricky Steamboat, Andre the Giant, Bruno Sammartino, the living legend, Bret Hart, Ric Flair, Thank you for paving the way for my generation. Bruce, you were instrumental in getting me in front of Vince. Without that meeting, there may never have been an Undertaker. So is he's thanking a load of people that maybe we aren't as familiar with. Terry Anderson. Ah, Terry Anderson's the woman behind every iconic look. I hope you hear this, because it will definitely be the last nice thing I ever say about you. He's thanking all the doctors. Port Blazer fan said the command Mark has now is why he was so effective presiding over Wrestlers Court when he was there full time. He's a very good role model. His final mental move came into play the day before WrestleMania 25. HBK, there we go. Shawn Michaels shown. The showstopper. Mr. WrestleMania. When are we on tomorrow? You guys are on third, and you have about 15 minutes. He said, we looked at each other, we knew what each other was thinking, and it wasn't good. A lot of hell raised. He said we weren't on last, but everyone that followed us wished that we had been. So they were meant to get 15 minutes and go on third. I thank you for my friendship and for giving me one of the very best matches of my career. Never be content. Fail forward? It's interesting, isn't it? Fail forward. Fail forward? I've never heard that. 27, 28. Triple H gets a mention. It was always such a pleasure to share the ring with you. We've been great friends in and out the ring. Thank you for reminding me at the time that my confidence was at the lowest of who I really am. Yeah, it is really funny, isn't it? Like, he spoke about that, I think, in the last ride, about how the Undertaker was just... He said he didn't think he could go out and do it, and he just didn't believe in himself, and, like, he genuinely was in a mentally a bad place. And Triple H, like, reminded him, "You're the Undertaker," and, like, had a word with him and got him fired up, and they went out and had a barn burner. He had to do that for Ric Flair, Undertaker. I remember that story about how Undertaker had to remind Ric Flair of who he was. Like, just seems to be something the greats go through. He's getting emotional again. Triple H Hall of Fame 2023. David said, "I hate to see him go, but his body knows that it's time to hang up the boots." One thing I find disrespectful, Brock is the person that broke the streak. Roman, who had a great match with Taker, isn't there. He's saying about his daughter. He said, "What do you want me to tell the world about you?" And she said, "I don't care what the world thinks about me." And Mark Calloway said, "I hope that never changes because you're perfect just the way you are." Oh. Colt. Yeah, they adopted. Oh. Yeah, they've adopted a new little boy, I believe, and like that was lovely the way that he said Colt and he was talking to him, and Colt kind of put it. Oh God, Hall of Fame, man. This is also, it's great, isn't it? It's brilliant. He's got the hair. Yeah, he did have the shaved mohawk. Sid Vicious? He said, "My dad was sat on the second row. I didn't have that front row juice yet." He didn't have that pull. Couldn't get them front row tickets. God, this would be such a special thing to be at live. So he had Undertaker in a chin lock.
She's climbing over the people in the front row, trying to get to the barricade so she can jump in and jump on Sid and save me. Now my dad and my brother
This is a great story.
and she is fighting with everything that she has. She ended up, honestly, with bruises on the inside of each arm from how tight they were holding her.
So Sid had Undertaker in a chin lock, and he was like, "Where's your mom?" And he spun round to where she was, and she was like, "I'm kicking your son's ass." And apparently she tried to get into the ring.
Oh, Dad, I miss you every day. I knew every time that I stepped foot through these ropes that you were right by my side.
And he says that he misses his dad every day. And he knew every time he stepped into the ring, he was by his side.
My mom, she's been on me for years. When are you gonna get that damn ring? Mom, we did it.
Undertaker said, "My mom has been on at me for years. When am I going to get that damn ring?" And he says, "Mom, we did it." And he shows the ring.
To my beautiful wife, Michelle.
This is gold. It really is.
She is the foundation.
It's a classic Hall of Fame speech. Covers so much ground. It doesn't even scratch the surface, does it?
Just when I'm near you. It's funny how things work out.
He's talking about how much he loves Michelle McCool.
The WWE, there was two people that she didn't want to meet. Kane and The Undertaker.
When she came to WWE, there was two people she didn't want to meet, Kane and The Undertaker.
Me, on the other hand, I think it was the long hair, the tattoos, somewhat bad reputation. Thanks, Godfather. She would come to find out.
What an amazing speech. It's great, isn't it? Daniel said, "This is amazing." People are loving it. What's the number one trend in America right now? I'd have to think he stands a chance.
After a long, exhausting chase, I finally had to say yes.
After a long, exhausting chase, I finally had to say yes. I don't think she appreciated that. That's good. Number one trend is SmackDown, Hall of Fame, thank you, Taker. Just realised, like with Warrior, we never got Undertaker versus Piper. Goat respect, said David.
I said, I'm gonna walk into church, the rafters are gonna start shaking, and lightning bolts are gonna start flying at me. She goes, don't be stupid. But she made me sit on the other side of the church just in case.
So
You're an awesome mother.
he's talking about how she's an awesome mother.
And it's WWE on the other end. She can still lace up them boots and hang with the best women in the world.
He says she could still lace up them boots and hang with the best in the world.
Thank you for seeing past my long hair, my tattoos, and my iffy reputation, and being my wife.
He says, "I love you with all my heart.
You are my soulmate.
You are my soulmate." Oh. He says, "Oh, I got through that one."
Vince McMahon.
Vince. Here we go.
While you weren't completely sold on me in the beginning, you ended up giving me the chance of a lifetime. When WCW told me that I would never draw money, you saw enough in me to give me an opportunity.
When WCW told me that I would never draw money, you saw enough in me to give me an opportunity. You changed my life. You've taught me so much about this business. You've been an incredible friend and a father figure, especially after my dad passed away. Getting emotional again. You always seem to know exactly what I needed. He said he got a few pats, a few hugs, and a whole lot of kicks. Kicks up the ass from Vince. Can we take a look at some of the matches you put me in? Casket matches, buried alive matches, Hell in a Cell matches. You say you love me. And he says you even put me in a Punjabi prison match that nearly killed all of us. Yeah, he's funny, isn't he? He's not thanking Sarah, the greatest diva, says Jim. You never got me to do the take a Rooney. And I'll take that to the grave. Yeah, that's a classic clip, isn't it? Thank you for the gift of the Undertaker. Oof. Thank you for the gift of the Undertaker, but more importantly, thank you for your friendship. WWE Universe, there is no one like you. Oh no. Oh. Slight glitch. So he's talking to the fans now. Perception is reality. Respect and loyalty go a long way. Never be content. Guys, brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant. Kenneth, shout out to you, bud. Says, thank you, Taker. You are the greatest. Shout out to you, Days. Happy WrestleMania weekend. And to you, buds. Yeah, Kenneth, really appreciate the support, dudes. Oh, my God. There was an amazing sign there. It says, rest in fame. That was amazing. An urn, and it said, rest in fame. Yeah, so, Kenneth Terry, it's cool, innit? I can feel your excitement. But I think we're wrapping up here. I will rest in peace. Thank you. There we go. Now that The Undertaker has entered the Hall of Fame, I will rest in peace. It's an amazing speech. It's an amazing speech. It's amazing. So many great stories, so articulate, really funny as well. Insightful, inspirational, touching. Brilliant. JJB Gaming said that's the greatest speech ever. Joe says, thank you, Taker. Is he going to put one on? I think he's going to put a jacket on. Look at this. He's getting back in, and he goes over. He's having a look at the jacket and everything. Oh, this is great, isn't it? Look, he puts on one of the jackets. Takes one of the hats. I wish he'd put the purple one on. It's great. Never say never. Never say never. I bet Michelle McCall just went, sorry, what? Sorry, hang on, sorry, what? God, that was a damn good moment, though, isn't it? That'll get people talking. Do you reckon he'll walk through the curtain out back and Vince will be like, sorry, that last bit, the never say never bit, yeah? What are you doing tomorrow? Imagine if he'd have said, never say never. Seth. Oh, the internet would have gone. Undertaker goes up, looks behind, puts the arm in the air. Oh, it's just brilliant. It's just flipping brilliant. Everything's brilliant. It's brilliant. And it comes to an end. Never say never. Probably the best Hall of Fame speech. There's been some damn good ones. I would say it's up there. I'd have to rewatch like Bobby Heenan's. That's the one that I've always felt was the best. I mean, Bobby Heenan was so naturally funny. His speech was hilarious. But I think this one is longer. It's got a lot more inspiration in it. It's funny as well. It's right up there. It's absolutely right up there. What honourable speech. Taker will scare Amos stupid at Mania. Vince had asked him to pop up through the lasso tomorrow. That was amazing. Never say never. That'll be everywhere now. Never say never. That was so good. Do you know? I mean, that moment is the kind of moment that you wait for. You're just waiting for a moment, something that you can. I mean, the stories are great, all that stuff's great, but him like walking away and stopping. And then, like, looking back and seeing the jacket and the hat and then putting it on. And you think that's it then. Again, you know, it's like, oh, that's amazing, everything. And then he just kind of stops and waits for a moment and then just goes, never say never. And there's this big, kind of reaction from the crowd. And then he goes out, gives his daughter a kiss and goes up the entranceway, throws the hand up and everything. It's brilliant. The whole Hall of Fame thing was brilliant. I mean, if you enjoyed that, I would urge you check out some of the other ones, because that's what the Hall of Fame's like. It can be very emotional. It can be heartwarming. It can be inspirational. It can be funny. Hall of Fame it's wonderful. It's always wonderful. So yeah, if you've not seen some of the others, check them out, because you can learn loads about wrestling from the Hall of Fame. As I said before, before we were getting all these shoot interviews, that was a really great way of seeing behind the curtain, hearing from people you hadn't actually heard from before. But now in this day and age, there's shoot interviews everywhere, so maybe it's not as special, but that was special. That is one of, and honestly, if people want to say it's the greatest Hall of Fame speech ever, I ain't going to argue. It absolutely could be. It was absolutely riveting, gripping. We could have gone another hour. I genuinely wouldn't have minded. I wasn't getting bored in the slightest. I think he could have started talking about he could have gone back through the streak and told little behind the scenes stories. I mean, just think of, he's got 30 years of stories. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like we didn't even scratch the surface there. And it was amazing. So, Wrestling with Andy said that was even better than I thought. True Killer said it's the best Hall of Fame speech for me. Never say never. What does it mean? Well, it means that he's teasing one more match, but at this point, I would say it's a tease. I think it's a tease. I don't think he'll come back. I think could he do one more? I don't think he will. I think he would want to, and I think if Vince asked him, he would. But I think Vince has got to fight that urge to not. Because he's pretty beat up, isn't he? He's pretty beat up. You could do one more. It'd be great to have one more in front. And I tell you what, it wouldn't surprise me if after that he's even more rejuvenated than ever. I can see another episode of The Last Ride, which focuses it on him going into the Hall of Fame, and I could see him after that reaction from the crowds, him thinking about wanting one more match. I would not be surprised if he was speaking to Michelle over the next few weeks, saying about, I could have one more. It's in his blood. Giving up is something he just can't do, which is why Vince has got to do it for him, really. But honestly, I think he's done. How about the look of Triple H to The Undertaker? I can't say I picked up on anything other than respect, admiration. Seemed all good. See you at Stand and Deliver. Yes. Matt said, I'm surprised Taker didn't say anything about the streak. I suppose he could have touched on it, but he touched on so much that it was wonderful, wasn't it? It was wonderful. Fans will always want one more match. I think he will as well. I think he'll always want one more match. I would love one more in front of a crowd, says Oliver. Yeah, same actually. It's such a shame his final match was against AJ in front of no one. AJ's a great final opponent, but it kind of did need to be in front of a crowd. I think a Boneyard's brilliant, and it adds to his legacy because it was so well done. But as a final match at WrestleMania in front of no one is a shame. I can definitely see an argument for him having one more, but don't know. It'll be a talking point, but I don't think that's something he's going to be focused on tonight. I think, he's going to catch up with old friends, and he'll be at WrestleMania and he'll be catching up with people and everything. I think once WrestleMania's done and he gets back home, that's when he'll reflect on the weekend and The crowd will always want more from him. And I think he will always want to give more. It's just, will Vince allow it? And would he actually do it? I can absolutely see an argument as to why he should. But I can equally see arguments as to why he shouldn't, because it's done. We had a fantastic farewell. Everything's been done perfectly. You know, it's done. It's all done. It's all great. Just enjoy your retirement. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's always going to resonate with people. It's got me thinking. You know, I'm thinking now, like, damn, one more. Just one more. In front of fans. There was no fans before. We could have fans now. Just one more. One more. What's one more going to hurt anyone? Just one more. But it's always going to be that way, innit? It's always going to be that way. Bring Bray back for Undertaker's last match. Ha 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 ha. Do you think Bray's coming back? No. Taker with Fiend in Cardiff would be a good idea. Never say never. Taker versus Seth. Do you think it's Taker Seth? No. No. I think he'll do some at WrestleMania. Undertaker is my favourite of all time, and seeing him is amazing. Thank you for this stream. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. I'm not going to hold you hostage anymore because we've done nearly, over 5 hours, 40 odds. So I think we'll wrap it up there. Obviously, we're going to be back for NXT Stand and Deliver tomorrow. We're also, of course, doing WrestleMania. So if you are around, join us. If WWE are live, we will be live this weekend. And what a weekend it is. So really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for joining us. Magical, wonderful, brilliant. I mean, what other words can you use? Stupendous. That's what it was. How was tonight? It was stupendous. And hopefully tomorrow will be as well. So thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.